We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
So Welcome, everybody. It is day 2 of Open 2 of VCT Game Changers APAC. You are here with our panel desk. My name is Mikafabs, and with me is Daks. I'm noticing I'm very, very blue compared to Daks here. You're so warm on that side.
I'm all orange here on the left side. Mika, why am I here on this side? Why are you there on that side? But in any way, we're going to be getting into our second day of Open 2. And if you thought the matches yesterday was already pretty hot, it's going to get even hotter today with some more intensity, especially the upper bracket.
Oh yeah, I mean, we had some exciting matches yesterday, and it seems like the main story of Open 2 is that it's SMG versus the world. And that's pretty much what we're gonna see as well today, because we do have Team SMG versus Global Esports. How about that fun? I didn't mean for that to happen.
You're so funny. I thought you had that all rehearsed as per usual, but truth be told, I agree with you, Mika. SMG, they're not the team to beat right now. They're honestly 100% the team that is expected to win with the performance that they've had so far. But of course, any other team can change that fate. Any other team can try and throw such a big loop in for, or rather a wrench into the plans here of SMG. And as of right now, we have Global Esports Phoenix who can try to do that in our first series for this stream.
That is exactly right. It's going to be up to these teams to kind of challenge what seems to be written in stone right now. That seems to be the storyline for Open 2. But before anything else, let's take a look at our circuit right now. Remember that this is the second Open. There are 3 elite eventually, and this in turn is the final step to the international stage. And it's very, very exciting indeed, because as we saw, these teams are not exactly the same teams that we saw in Open 1. These teams are improving, and I can't wait to see how they look like in Open 3, and more so for elite.
Actually, right, we were talking about it last stage where in Open 1, between Open 1 and Open 2, that might be where there are a few roster shifts along the way. Also, of course, with the format that we have, a new number of teams also qualifying to the playoffs, having a better face and moving forward to that top 8. And those points are going to be so important for the end of the year. But let's not forget, Mika, there's also the LCQ as well around the August-September area. So given that, there are so many ways still to improve here under the FSL series format, under the Game Changers calendar.
That is absolutely right. It's just exciting to see, right? Because these teams, we're seeing them prove so much before our very eyes. And right now, as we're seeing all of these teams, look at these wonderful logos, look at these wonderful team stacks all in front of our eyes. These were our teams at the very, very top of the Swiss stage, and now we are down to 8. But just look at how many teams we have here in this FSL circuit.
Are you asking me how many teams are there right now?
There are 68.
68.
Yes,
you're
okay.
correct.
You were quizzing me there. I was ready.
Of course. You had a day to prepare, Mika. You were with our EME8 Salad Zach yesterday. Now you're just playing a little me here over onto our mainstream. And let's not forget, Mika, of course, our top 8 are still here into play. Some in the lower bracket, some in the upper bracket, and of course the ones to watch out for right now while on this broadcast, Team SMG versus Global Esports Phoenix. And later on, I do believe we're going to be getting BIGG versus RRQ Kagura as well. So those names you're going to see right here, right now on the stream that you're watching.
So exciting, right? And as we're looking at these teams, it seems like top 4 teams at the moment seem to be Orangutan X, Full Sense Sapphire, RRQ Kagura, and Team SMG, of course. At least that's how it looks like from my end here. But looking at our prize pool right now, we have a prize pool, of course, $10,000 for Open 2, with the winner taking the lion's share, going back into those top teams. So I want to check with Dax if that's how he thinks these 8 teams are placing right now.
I mean, I can agree with you, really. Right now, we still have the old guard of RRQ Kagura and Sapphire now under the Full Sense banner. Orangutan X, our finalists from last time around, sporting a new roster. But not only do we have an incredible prize pool, the circuit points that you mentioned a while ago, they're going to be so helpful at qualifying you to Elite, putting yourself in prime position to play in the global stage later on into the year. So much to play for right now. And of course, with a bracket like this, you can see how competitive it can really get down the line.
I know. Just look at first match that we have up there. We have Global Esports versus SMG. And of course, on our second stream, which you can find at twitch.tv/FSL_2, we do have Orangutan X versus Full Sense Sapphire. And later on, we will be having our lower bracket, our first elimination matches here at Open 2, Dax. So it's getting really dicey. I have to admit, I did not expect RRQ Kaguya to be in the lower bracket right away, but I mean, they were up against Full Sense. Luck of the draw, right? For the first day at Open Year 2.
Yeah, just a little repetition from pretty much Elite from last
Pretty
year.
much every, it's like last year's, right?
It's just a blast from the past, but of course, the new hotness really is our first game here. Team SMG versus Global Esports yet again. A rematch from Open 1, a rematch in the upper bracket, and as of right now, both SMG and Global Esports have made these roster swaps, but the notable one, of course, has been SMG just bringing in the face of them all, Inari in their roster.
Yeah, that is the big story. And I cannot wait to see Inari in action, of course, right here on our main stream, because they did have a bunch of very entertaining games, to say the least, the other day, right? But
I was there.
You were there. You were there. And we can definitely say that SMG is cooking something. So that seems to be it for Open 2, right? That's basically SMG versus the world. And I really do wonder who is going to challenge them. It seems like SMG, it's like, you know, as we mentioned, they seem to be sitting on the throne already, and it's just a matter of how many of these teams they can fight off.
Yeah, it's a matter of coronation, basically, but let's not forget there's still those challengers. We've been talking about Kagura, we've been talking about Sapphire, we're talking about Orangutan X, who did challenge them last time around. But the fact of the matter here is, Mika, they haven't dropped more than 5 rounds really here at Open 2. They haven't dropped a single map all year, and right now, the records and the stats are just firmly in the camp of Team SMG.
I mean, what do you say to that, right? There is really nothing more to say. As we go into a quick break, we're gonna start off and see how these girls are feeling today. I'm thinking pretty hot as they go up against Global Esports right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers APAC, we'll be right back. welcome back, guys. You are back on VCT Game Changers APAC with myself, Mikafabs, and Daks. And we are just about ready to start our first series of the day, which will be between Team SMG and Global Esports Phoenix. And I cannot wait to talk about Team SMG here. I mean, as we keep mentioning, they are the current favorites to win this Open 2. They were already a powerhouse to begin with. They just got powerhouser with the addition of Ineri, a player who many would regard as the best player in Game Changers APAC Daks. Powerhouse the rest, yes.
I was just saying, from powerhouse to powerhouse to
the
rest,
rest.
they are just the superlative of every single Game Changers roster we have seen so far. And Team SMG is truly now not just a team to beat, but the standard of Game Changers APAC. But of course, there's always a competitor. There's always someone who will try to fight. And what better team to really instill that virtue of fighting than Global Esports, right? We always see them compete. We always see them, ever since Open 1, have some of the closest games. And Global Esports Phoenix rising from the ashes yet again from Open 1 to play again here in Open 2.
Rising like from the ashes like a phoenix indeed. And as you mentioned, you know, this team is we chatted with Meow yesterday and she acknowledged actually how much of a huge ask this is for their team, right? She didn't hide her nervousness at all, which was really genuine. She also revealed that the team has been adjusting. It's only been like I believe their latest addition, who is a Bela, was only 15 days old into the team before going into their first official series, which was yesterday. So facing suddenly the behemoth that is Team SMG here, who are basically not even breaking a sweat. They are having fun, as you experienced from the games yesterday, Dax.
I watched 5 controllers win, and I've seen Team
God.
SMG dominate. We can talk about the roster though all we want here, Mika. Alexi Ineri, Kamiyu Shirazi, and of course, Captain Kohaibi as well. And I don't know if I want to really bring up some of these topics already today, with some of how they're readjusting their rosters themselves, adjusting their roles. Because from what we've seen so far, SMG is doing their best to have a good time here in the playoffs bracket. And as much as possible, I really feel like SMG's stance right now is they don't want to show off their hand until really later on into the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I did see something on, I believe it was Alexi's Twitter, wherein somebody, a special somebody, was requesting for 5 initiators this time. I was gonna say, like, I don't think we'll be seeing the 5 controllers out of again, but I don't know, maybe the 5 initiators still on the table. But, of course, going up against GE Phoenix, right, I'm wondering who from this roster will go up against Ineri, especially since like this head-to-head is so important, right? Will it be Meow or will it be Muffin Loop? We saw yesterday how like the dynamic totally changes when it's Muffin Loop on that duelist, but the sustainability as well when it's Meow 16K.
I think it's really just based on the map, based on the agent. Muffin Loop, an incredible jet player, but I've seen in her history she hasn't really played that race. Meow's the one who steps on up, playing the controller, plays the race as well, and that's usually for maps like Fracture. That honestly, I think that's really such a big pivot point to this series. This is the one thing we can't really overlook right now, Mika. While those incredible names like GE Phoenix, Meow, and Muffin Loop especially, who might really step on up here like they did in Open 1, the biggest problem between SMG and Global Esports' matchup is Team SMG's permaban map is Global Esports' best map itself.
Yes.
And once Fracture is gone, it just becomes harder for GE to try and bridge that gap versus Team SMG.
That's right. It's their only opening, right? It's their best opening, but SMG, I can't. We're actually going into map metrics. I can't look. I wanna. I wanna see if we are going indeed.
There you go.
Ban. Oh no, that was probably their best opening. But you know what? You know, we're going to Haven, we're going to Pro, we're going to Split. I'm not surprised that Lotus is banned because both teams banned that out yesterday as well. And Fracture, of course, SMG saying, you know what? No, we know how well you do on this map, and I don't know if they're cooking something on that map or maybe they just don't want it there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, like, this is the whole open seems to be very clearly SMG favored at this point.
I mean, they haven't dropped a map, so the stats are real firmly in their favor. And I kind of just want, I know it's banned, but it could have been great for Global Esports. 9-0 so far all throughout the year, 100% win rate, but they can't play it against Team SMG because they'll get rid of that. Instead, I think my curious case right now is GE picking Pearl itself, and they haven't really had the most successful year in it so far. It's the only map I've seen from them here from between Open 1 and Open 2 that they've actually changed up the configuration in terms of the agents themselves. So if you're talking about what's cooking here for GE Phoenix, it might be really Pearl to look for a surprise factor versus SMG.
Yeah, I'm wondering how surprising it can be considering that yesterday, and I believe like in the recent history, like for example, you do have the two members from the side of GE Phoenix that really are just hard locked into the roles. You know, you do have like Kiri on the Sova, for example. You do have Bela on the Killjoy. How are they planning to mix things up, especially when you have a roster like SMG that's so unpredictable? Because like literally anybody can play anything. If you look at the recent history as well, you know, everybody's a duelist, everybody's a controller, everybody's an initiator, everybody's a sentinel. So it's so unpredictable right now. You not only have this behemoth, you have a shape-shifting behemoth here, Daks.
Yeah, you don't know what form gonna take. But honestly, that's really such a good point you made there, Mika, because I look at Global Esports Phoenix, and they have decided to stick with their guns. Between Open 1 and Open 2, it's not about changing up the compositions anymore. They really stuck with the comps that they ran last time around. They look to refine it as much as possible. And I think really it's just them doing some intensive training to get better and better here for the top 8. And you can see the results. Not only has been the addition of that Sentinel really working out for them. Of course, you mentioned it already here for the side Muffin. You see it for the side of really when they swap things out in terms of the controller role. Everything seems a lot more refined here for the side of Global Esports Phoenix. And honestly, the question right now is how much improvement have they made truly to face off against a team that sent them to the lower bracket last time?
That's basically that, right? How much improvement have these teams been able to go through to face Team SMG? That's literally what's gonna happen at this Open 2, right? As we jump into Agent Select here, I'm really wondering what they're gonna bring out, especially like, you know, SMG, they do run the Phoenix on Haven, so I'm wondering if we're gonna see that, and I'm wondering if it's gonna be a Neri on the duelist. Oh, but hey, welcome back! Welcome
it's
back
the 4
to the
Sentinel
tournament circuit.
it's a 4 Sentinel, 1 Harbor.
Oh
We
my
saw
God.
this on Pearl.
No.
That the solo control is always Harbor. On the other hand, Global Esports, this is what they've done so all throughout the year. 10 times they played Haven, 7 times have won it out already with this kind of composition. And of course, news member Bilo there, gonna be filling on in, just sitting onto the Killjoy role. But Mika, here we have it. 4 Sentinels. Thoughts, maybe. You know, I want to hear it. I want to hear what you think about this.
I am stunned. I mean, like, I'm excited to see how this is gonna play. I have no words right now, and I don't think any words are necessary. So we can just toss it on over to our casters for our first map with 4 Sentinels on the side of Team SMG. Let's go.
I have no words either, Mika. What was that Asian slow? What did we just see? Hey, I'm Quack. This is Donut. She's awesome. Her hair is lovely, and she's really smart. But yeah, the question remains: what did we just see?
I'm just shaking my head here. I mean, I could not believe. I mean, they pulled it off yesterday, but for day number 2, they're still going to be showing that type of confidence. Well, for Sentinels, that's going to be one hell of a defense for sure for Team SMG.
I mean, they look kind of serious, I guess. And yes, you can expect that defense to be really strong. But I guess, if anything, one interesting thing to note is the fact that this map, Vito, is almost exactly identical to what we had last Open. Last Open, you might have still had Icebox in the active map pool, and that was a different ban, you know, maybe slightly different process, but the map picks are exactly the same. Haven, Pearl, and Split. So it's a full-on run it back, and I'm just hoping maybe Global Esports Phoenix can take at least one map off.
Yeah, one map is going to be the dream, right, for them. But given all of this, first kill goes to Muffin Loop, and that's a great opener for GE Phoenix. Probably the first map. Could be Haven, but let's see. 4 still remains for Team SMG. And even if they're 1 Sentinel down, there are still 3 more to encounter for GE Phoenix.
And 1 controller, Shirazi, still kind of circling around middle. She might be the first one to be able to source out some footsteps. The tripwire right in front. She has to back up. Still watching the angles though. Everyone starts to stream in. Teammates are here to back her up, and they're already landing the shots, Donut. This is all going downhill. Global Esports Phoenix, they're gonna have to try to take fights around this, and at least that's what they intend to do, but they have to be very careful about it because there's so many angles being watched right now. Now tries to go in towards Garage, but as soon as Alexi peeks out, her turret receives contact, she plays off of it, an instant headshot. We're back to a 2-on-4.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, initially numbers in favor of GE, but that all went down when they tried to push up B. But they're going back here to this site, and Shirazi's just waiting for them. The Cypher utility already down, but still the firepower is still so strong here. And 13 seconds left. I think they really have to push forward, and Heidi just gets the 2K. She finishes with 3 for that round, and looking like a solid defense. And Ari going down so early, but that's not just going to be the case. It's not all on her, right? It's also down to the rest of the members. Solid defense here for Team SMG. How they maintain control after losing their star player, and even that, right? The rotations towards B,
10 seconds left.
giving to Heidi that control and that backup by Shirazi as well towards the left side of the site. So that's an amazing repositioning for Team SMG. Now GE, they lost their pistol round. At this point, I think they're gonna just slow this down. Given all of the weapons for Team SMG, they really have to try and take control slowly but surely.
Yeah, at least maybe get a pick. Perhaps one of Muffin Loop's teammates can upgrade their pistol into a free weapon. Maybe. But look at the positioning on the map, Donut. How SMG's players are just kind of traversing across the map, holding some of these angles. And Neri, you can see that she's got her crosshair placed for a body shot because there's no chance that Global bought up armor unless they force. So easy shots, and all she has to back off. But Camus is here just to receive even further. 2 kills back to back. Rose makes it a trade. And all of a sudden, we press that pause button. SMG, they're still trying to work around this. We still have Alexi staying on the C site. There's just so much control. This is crazy.
If you think that you've already destroyed like a nano swarm, there is still going to be that trapwire from the Cypher. Probably another trip from that chamber. But Inari, she's going to be pushing forward. I mean, this is going to be a death match for them. Clean up, but at least G Phoenix, they took down 2 of the weapons of Team SMG, and that's going to be very fruitful for them. I think one of the things that they should really focus on is how to get rid of all of the utilities laid down on all of the sites. Because after that, there's going to be a tripwire. Beside the tripwire is going to be your turret from the Killjoy. C is impenetrable, and that's why they're so confident about the early rotations towards the B site.
I mean, you've got Curie on the Sova and her shock darts, you know, she could have lineups for some of these setups for sure. And at the same time, just slowly going up front, they can get a lot of confusion. Now they're just rushing straight into the A site. And with a wall propped up, Muffin Loop gets an easy headshot towards Camus. Although the SMG players do have a certain number of weapons and they're trying to hold against this, it's more the positioning that I'm very aware of. Look at how Kohibi's positioning herself. Look at how Inari's holding the off angle. Anyone who tries and dares to step a foot forward might just get their head shaven off. So, Global Esports Phoenix, we're going to pump the brakes, rotate back over to another site.
Confirmed though here, as Shirazi jiggles for information, there's not much to cover. With A site, if and when Kiri gets a pick off, then I think this is going to be something that's winnable for GE Phoenix. There is an alarm bot on towards the C site. Sorry, that's a nano swarm. So I guess that's the information given. But Kiri is just a distraction. They've all rotated towards the C site.
That's good. That means it all comes down to Alexi.
30 seconds
She doesn't
left.
really get information onto this. She hears the utility now, and that's why we're seeing the rotations go. But it's a little bit slower than expected, and you also have Curie on a bit of a lurk outside of middle. SMG players try to poke and prod their way in and just peeking outside of C-Lane to get a couple of shots. The trade's coming through from Alexi as well. Kohaibi still towards the back of the site. They get a lot of these angles nailed down. Kohaibi cleans it up. And that's just going to be the bonus round, Donut. They didn't have everything going for them. They even lost a player starting off, but they managed to recover.
Yeah, that was a good recovery for Team SMG. However, for Global Esports Phoenix, they had the angles covered. They did have a great positioning towards the post plant, but they were so close. And against SMG's weaponry, right? Vandals picked up by Kohaibi. It wasn't just a round that could go in favor of GE. Imagine this, Akiri already had the distraction, they already had the time to create that space towards the C site, but their post-plant positions, no matter how close they were, and no matter how guarded the entries were, SMG, they just win all of the duels, and I guess that's one of the things that they should also look out for. They should really peek out together all the time. They should set up all of these meets, and then now B-site, given that scenario with this
Spike down.
operator though, it's gonna create chaos.
Last player standing.
And then Alexi also, just so much presence across the entire map. How did she, when did she appear outside of A short? Kiri does manage to sneak back in and picks up a weapon, but instantly Shirazi plays off of it. We have a 4-0 at our hands. This is exactly the same way the previous game started. If we're going the same pattern, Global Esports Phoenix would be able to win the next round, but I don't know if that is going to happen, though.
Yeah, with Inari now picking up that operator, that's going to be safe, of course, for the next round, but this timeout is going to be very helpful for Team GE. Although for this timeout, they don't necessarily have the best type of weaponry going into the 5th. They do have the Blade Storm for Muffin Loop, so that could create that big difference for the round. But I'm not really a fan of going on a timeout to try and pause that momentum of Team SMG without the proper weaponry to really, you know, lay out all of the plans and you know, map out a blueprint for them to get on towards just one site and winning the whole round. But given all of this, right, the Force Sentinel composition of Team SMG has been really working well for them. And yesterday, with all of the controllers into play, they created so much space and so much chaos with all of the smokes. Now, they have everything on lockdown, and I'm not just talking about the ultimate of the Killjoy. All of the sites are covered each and every way.
Yeah, this is what you would call the impenetrable fortress defense. You have 4 sentinels down at 4, and then maybe Shirazi for a retake if they do need it for whatever reason. A bit of a peek, and Neri just watching all the way outside of Garage gets the instant pick, and that's going to be Bela down. Meow has a Guardian, and you know, maybe they could find a pick off of that, but it's gonna be difficult. There's a Nebula, there's a Crossfire setup. Right here. A lot of them are making noise through A long, and everyone from SMG hears this.
Yeah, and then be ready. Ooh, but the kill goes to Muffin.
That's a great pick. She does manage to glide her way in. Now the 2 players from short. Oh god, they're just gonna strike at the right time. 3 players gone, both of them's gone. And then the last one drops to her knees. Meow. Not able to answer back at all. This is, again, SMG's defense. It's 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, even if they have the site covered and Eri is down, they should really watch out for those spy positions for Team SMG. Ivy and Shirazi just cleaned up shop here in the A site because nobody else was looking through short. And if you are to go to an A push, at least have a little bit of coverage. Smoke out short if you can, because the rotations will come in towards CT, but of course you really have to have all of the angles covered. Muffin Loop has been great with these opening picks, but in terms of the follow-through, that's what they really need right now.
Well, I like that, though, because, you know, you're able to bait out rotations and maybe get further picks. Because that's really what SMG can do with this composition, right? And
Headshot.
the retakes are going to be a little bit weaker. So Muffin Loop comes back in, takes out Shirazi. We're down to a 3-on-5. 3 Sentinels, Donut. And, you know, while we're talking about the defense so much, does this composition work for attack? We're going to see how that fares later. Right now, Global Esports Phoenix might just be looking at their first round win. Slowly, maybe back towards the A site. Alexi just comes back in with a judge, though.
Just waiting. There might be a victim here, but everybody else from GE Phoenix, they try and push through that long road.
Oh
Naneri
my God.
gets the headshot kill. Beautiful shot from her.
Killed my bot.
That
30
wasn't
seconds
up yet,
left.
but now it is. This time we have someone lurking up by A short. The rest of them slowly making their way in, but Neri already swapped positions.
Down A.
An angle they didn't
One
expect.
enemy standing.
Bela does find one,
enemy
but then
remaining.
Kohaimi answers back in. Full goes in, sprays it down. And yet another round with 3 kills for this girl. She's got her new ult theft, doesn't have to use it yet, and it's a 6-0 and it keeps on rolling.
Yeah, it seems as if they did not learn from the previous round that they lost. It was that same position, just Kohaimi waiting there
Spike
by
down
short.
A.
He's off angles. We can't really expect another one to be there. The challenge is going to be for GE Phoenix is they have this sense of complacency when they've already stepped foot in the site. They don't really check all of the other areas that Kohaimi might be there. Another error for that would be, of course, peeking one by one, and that's what you go right?
It's almost like a bit of a guessing game, if you will. You know, you pick one off, you try to bait those rotations out, and then you have to choose a site that hopefully isn't that well reinforced. But right now, I mean, it's just whatever is going on. It's not good. Meow is the first player to fall. That means you don't have any more cover. And already, take a look at the minimap. And Neri sneaking up into defender spawn. If they do try to rotate out of this, Neri's going to catch them.
That's a big lockdown, though. Rotations can be halted if they push through short. There will be 3 members from Team SMG greeting them. Daenerys even pushes forward. She manages to dodge the turret. I'm not too sure if there's a turret there, but she gets away with it.
Oh. Kind of playing around.
30 seconds left.
They know she's there. They're going for the duel, but not quite nailing it just yet. The rest of them trying to push forward, but Shirazi puts up a wall. A little one with her own body. They managed to 2-on-1 against Daenerys. But then the trades come in again from short. Kohaimi comes and reps around from the front of A long. And it's just a complete SMG sandwich. 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the sandwich, right, you have everything else that you need. You have the meat in the middle, right, which is that defense there in A. But then, of course, with a little bit of toppings to finish things off, and Neri with that sly flank. And I guess you asked, right, is that going to be something that's effective for the offense? Given how they would push forward and be so sly and sneaky, I think that would be a peak of how the attack will be. And Neri so quick with that ultimate to get another kill. And I think they're going to be ready for one more. There is the blind, but that's going to be a quick decision for the side.
She's just gotten so many, like, op kills by this point. Even using that cascade for cover, they push out. And they're looking to get them. Global Esports Phoenix were just setting up for the fight with the flashpoint, but it doesn't quite happen their way. Shirazi on lane for a Quadra now. Instantly backs off because she's low and sets up a high tide. Alexi jumps around, just trying to throw Meow off. Kohaimi now looking out with her hat. Easy frag to clean up the round, and well, players start coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't even step forward. Everything else is on lockdown, as you mentioned. This, right? They are the ones defending. One enemy the courage for them to peek out and to just mow them down. Now 16K is able to get the kills, but as she steps forward, it's like a game of chess, right? when you push the pawn forward, it's gonna be the bishops and the queens around you. And even if there is a slight sense of hope for that round, it's like G Phoenix, they have 1 move and 2 moves for SMG, and I feel like that's a bit unfair, and they really have to uncover how to solve that. And you mentioned, right, Kiri has the shock bolts available for her to try and destroy the utility. But there's one thing more to destroy. It's the team of SMG.
The players themselves, right, Donut? Oh, God. And Alexi instantly gets a pick as she's pushed up so deep in towards A short. Tries to get the spray further, but, you know, Kiri's gonna just be banged down 5 HP. She does make it a trade. Picks up the Vandal. I would prefer to pass that over onto a teammate, and then we could see how we could find a different approach to a separate site from this point forward. Maybe Rose could use the Vandal instead, because, you know, you're down to 5 HP. Maybe you get the spike down, hang back, set up for the Hunter Fury play. SMG's all the way over on the A site, and sure enough, Global Esports Phoenix don't really know this, but they are inching forward towards C.
Yeah, just slight movement. Okay, there is a camera to at least give them that information, but time is ticking. They have 20 seconds, and that's enough time to plant down the spike. The rotations will come in. They will be spotted by that camera for sure, so instantly movement from A towards the C site. They need to plant the spike. Although I think they are just
planted.
Also yearning for information, and Rose is gonna be probably providing an element of surprise. Fighting this Quack.
Oh my God. Well, the utility does buy a bit of time and sets them off, but now the hit gets through. Rose only good for 1 more before Kohibi strikes in. A bit of a spray down, and she gets 2 for her troubles. And we're off to a 9-0 now. You know, we might be just overcooking a little bit here, and bear with me on this. This is a 4 Sentinel comp. We saw, what, 5 controllers yesterday, 5 initiators, 4 initiators? Are we gonna see like 5 duelists next?
It could be possible. I mean, they're very flexible as a team, and most of them, of course, they have played duelists in their previous teams before.
Calling a timeout?
And they're calling a timeout. Probably they just really want to talk about it. They do have timeouts to spend, so they want to be able to, you know, come up with a strategy and how their defense should be. Talk about how they can either, you know, provide
maybe
that.
But like at the same time, yeah, I'm just realizing this. Yeah. Look at the scoreboard, Donut. Kohibi's up with 16 kills,
0 deaths.
0 deaths.
Yep.
And 0 assists. What? I don't know. What?
All clean kills for Kohibi at this point, right? And I just love what Team SMG is doing. They're providing. I mean, when you look at the composition, right, you are surprised and you ask yourself, are they trolling? But they are on a roll here when it comes to this type of defense. Everything on lockdown, and you could see that even if their composition at least is very unconventional, with how they rotate, there's the same type of team who play together all the time. The rotations come in. They do have that camera, and once that camera is there, they all just move together. And that's the type of wave that you can't really try and ride on against.
So many of them, and they're all in sync. Global Esports Phoenix, on the other hand, of course, you know, they're trying as well. Several rounds before, yes, they were kind of a bit complacent as they hit the sites. Surely by now they've learned their lesson, but at the same time, it's just sometimes pure raw mechanics and the sense for that positioning. Look at how Camille's just holding A by herself on Heaven now. It's a bit of an escape route for her if she needs to go back towards stairs. And right now, hearing those shock darts go through, she calls that information. The Rolling Thunder hits, but it doesn't really connect onto anyone. She even gets the angle onto them. Anyone who tries to go further in, they're gonna have to face against this firing squad on the other side of A-Link, but at least the spike has gone down.
Yeah, they do have a plant, and imagine this retake, right? They all position towards the site. They have to be set up for this type of push, and the first kill goes to Muffin Loop.
Slowly starting to waterfall down off of heaven. Alexi, oh, no! What? Why would you do that? She sucked over to her Pride Karambit. Global Esports Speaks were ready on the draw, but here comes Kohibi now. A triple to boot. And now 16K holds it down from A short. Kohibi, she wants to hunt them down. The lockdown was placed and she has to take it out, but Bayla manages to plant her feet firmly in. And there is the first win secure for Global Esports Phoenix.
This is a much better trajectory.
Yeah, that's a great start, right? Imagine 9 rounds straight and finally a win for GE Phoenix. And what they were able to do there, even if nobody was affected by that Whistling Thunder, at least they took the streaks and they stand firm on site, making sure that there are crossfires between the teams. Kohibi, if she got that ace, she would have had 21 kills by now, and it's 10 rounds in. It's her first death, and the first win for GE Phoenix. They need to keep this up, but at least finish this first half of the 9th. And during their defense, it might, you know, turn the tables for them. And Team SMG, though, 1 round in terms of the loss, it's fine to give away, but for sure they would want to learn their lesson. They don't want to give anything away to GE Phoenix now.
That's why you could see that the positions now are different too. Yeah,
I mean, they've been finishing maps with 13-1 score lines, and I think they want to try and keep this up, right? Mika said it's SMG against the world, and what has the world have to offer here for GE Phoenix? They try and, you know, scoot their way here on the C site and initiating with that drone.
Ivy's here. Got trips in weird positions as well. 40 seconds left, and as soon as they made their way towards the front, they realized, all right, no, this might not be good. We have to back off. They thought A site would be clear. Muffin Loop was just straight walking all around, and little did she know, Camille turned her head towards the rear and spotted her out. Now, not much time left, and they have to commit in. Camille already spots this, goes in for the spray transfer, gets a quick double. Meow pushes up front. 10 seconds left. Aneri out. One more to her right, though, but Kohibi just outside of Ailing, so confident on these peaks. And that's going to be 10 to 1.
Before the switch.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge, really, of not just having the 4 Sentinels, but having a Sage that plays so methodic. So Camu heard that flash and she knows that she dodged it, and that's why she peeked out. She instantly gets a 2K out of that. Even dying to that member of Team GE, it was just really recovered here by SMG. Kohibi, she always turns up at the right moment, right place at the right time. And that's the reason why she has 20 plus kills.
It's just so in the ridiculous. First half. It's so ridiculous. And then now this Sage wall by A Short, they did this several rounds ago, and it's just so many panels, right? So difficult for Global Esports Phoenix to actually break through it. This is the last round first half. Global Esports Phoenix doesn't really have, you know, the best buy. Sheriff's a bit of a stinger, and then suddenly we got Mary pushing down mid. The spike is dropped. Donut, this is not good. Bayla, she has to try to go against this. The shorty pulled out. Dismissed. Shirazi, 50 HP, but she doesn't care. Just runs and guns it down. Rose is gone. 11 to 1. I hope the second half is gonna be different, because this Sentinel comp on the attacking side, surely it's not great, right?
Well, we have to ask that to our panelists, Mika and Daks. What do you think about this composition for the attack?
I mean, surely it doesn't work, right? Right? I don't know. Of course, on the defense, Team SMG, almost perfect here. And, you know, Donut mentioned this team likes to, you know, wrap up maps with a 13 to 1 scoreline. Global Esports Phoenix has that one, and I don't think SMG are going to give them any quarter anymore.
You know, I'm just going to give you a few things I noticed on that half. Number 1, Kohibi got 20 kills before she died the first time. Number 2, I think Alexi needs to go back to knife practice. Needs to go back to Tondo gaming practice because that's the second time I've seen her whiff a knife
She needs
on
to
this
come
map.
back. She needs to come back. Go to Tondo a bit. Refresh.
Yeah, just a quick little refresher. And number 3, Team SMG, they do what the hell they want. They're just all around the map. They're very active. And you can see why they always play this kind of composition. Yes, it's a bit memey, but they put the Harbor because it is the most flexible controller you can have in these scenarios. You can see them always trying to converge in the location, try to be aggressive, wait for the timing, and especially if Global Esports is about to take a site, that's when they come on out. And that's what the Harbor really provides. These strategies have at least a baseline to work with, Mika, and it really comes down to that synergy, to that speed and synchronicity of Team SMG. Props though for GE Phoenix getting that round. Big props also to what we've seen from Muffin as well as Meow getting those takedowns. That clutch also at the very end from their newest member doing really well. But as of right now, sure, it's a Sentinel composition, Mika, but SMG will still play the same way anyway moving into the second half.
That's right. They are 2 rounds away from wrapping this up. We're going to see if they can do just that. And I just have to point out, you mentioned Kohaibi, right? I mean, how much confidence do you have to have in a teammate where you can say, okay, I'm going to try out this knife kill. Can you just wrap up the round in case I don't succeed? I feel like that's basically how that round that Alexi tried to go for that knife kill, right? But yeah, we're going to get right into it and see how this Sentinel comp works on attack. Quack donuts. I don't know, man. Over to you guys.
I guess we don't really know either, but here's the thing. Again, this composition on the attacking side, surely it's not that good because you just don't quite have the same mobility. Meanwhile, Global Esports Phoenix, now they should have somewhat of a read on this, and I'm expecting them to be able to do better in the second half.
Surely, right? I mean, GE now, they have all of the utility to try and displace them during this attack and this push. And Bela is just waiting here, but she gets 2 with that shorty. That's a great opening for this round and a great possibility for another round win. Kohaibi just playing with the camera there. She waits out that push and she gets the best of Bela.
Tried to go for it a second time and didn't work out. Now Kohaibi full control over Garage. The spike going down on the C side. SMG just watching all the possible angles. Muffin Loop and the rest of them trying to go back through this because of the Sage Wall up by C-Link. The rest of SMG, though, they just press the issue and take out the single player out by C-Link. Only thing they have to worry about right now is Garage, and Kohaibi is online for the ace. 14 HP and she wants it. Her teammates trying to bait for her. They're all inching up front, trying to jump and peek back and forth. She holds the angle, but Camus lands the final shot. Kohaibi turned for a second, like, why did you do that? It's 12-1 now, still Donut, and oh my god.
Camus just said, I was just trying to put a little bit of damage so that it's gonna be softer for you to take the kill, right? But nope, Camus just gets the kill. But thinking that even Bela was able to get the 2K, that opening a couple of seconds into that round, the recovery for Team SMG, even on attack for this composition, just really proves to be effective. They have the coverage because of Kohaibi's smokes, right? She was able to push through slowly and surely, get the kills, and figure out more information. And eventually Violet was actually taken down. Given this, Alexi with this shotgun just gets 1 though. Here. Easily traded out by Rose, and that stinger though, that's gonna sting Team SMG.
One of those forced buys. Muffin Loop now coming outside of Garage. This is suddenly very, very doable. He does have a Vandal though. We gotta watch out for that. Bela trying to land her shot. She does get the first one, but here comes Kohaibi landing it, and she just controls her spray at the right time. They actually looked a little bit relieved. Okay, that almost lost that one, but now they're just so happy with that win. It is a 13-1 scoreline after all, Donut. This can't be happening.
Yeah, and they were just laughing after that kill of Kohaibi. She initially missed a couple of shots, right? But the recovery for her, she knows that the crouch is going to be something that she could catch after that. And well, when the cams come in, they were all just laughing because of that sheer I mean, they were trolling with that composition, right? But something that they try and they tested, and now it's going to be some type of learning for them that they can actually, you know, be a powerhouse even with 4 Sentinels. And I'm looking forward to what will happen in Pearl. Will we see probably 5 duelists? No controller for Shirazi?
I don't know. I want to see your, but you know what? Our panelists will talk about this and we'll see what they have to say. Mika and Daks, please tell us what just happened.
Barely even 5 minutes from greeting you all. We are back.
We're back.
We are back here, and Quack, I don't really know what to say other than that Team SMG definitely still sitting pretty on that throne already. This is just like, again, 4 Sentinels and a Harbor, and they are playing like this. But I do have to say, you know, it's also just the mechanical skill of these players, right? It's
Absolutely.
like sometimes they don't even need the skills. You don't even need. It doesn't matter which agents they play. It's like they are ready.
No, exactly. That's what's happening right now here for Team SMG, and that's what I was talking about in halftime. It doesn't matter that they're running Sentinels. They're still gonna run at their faces. They're still gonna be running under all that gunfire and be willing to push the issue and the limit. And you're gonna see it in the scoreboard right now. How clutch SCYHTE has been. 29-1. Mika, what kind of KD record is that?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, like I don't think I've ever seen this. Like, oh my gosh. SCYHTE, of course, like we already knew like she was very, very good. You look at the 0 first kills and it just goes to show that she's like hanging back. She's like, okay, you guys go have fun. Alright, okay, that didn't work out. Alright, I'll clean up. She was the cleanup crew in every single round, right? She's probably just like, you know, all right, I'll let you guys run your experiments and everything, but once you guys are done, I'll just clean up after you all.
Yeah, she's the captain, right? So she's kind of like the mom here. She allows Shirazi, Alexi, and Neri Cameo to go have fun, and whatever mess they leave behind, she's there to clean on up. SMG, they just overpower Global Esports. Big props though for GE at least. You can see that for GE, it's not really a matter of their executions per se. It does feel like there's always a plan. Every single round you see for GE that they're trying to get an execute, whether on the attack or whether on the retake. But what they don't expect is SMG already being there in their faces or being by their side. And those are the instances where GE is just with their knives out, trying to jump peek, trying to jiggle, trying to get intel. All the intel they need is, oh, SMG's here. Oh, I'm dead. And that's becoming the problem right now for GE, because you can see that there's still first kills coming in from Muffin. I love what Bale was able to do. A really good way for her to step on up to this kind of stage. And honestly, GE had some rounds that they could have won versus Team SMG. But in the end, SMG overwhelming, and with just this captain, this queen on the Cypher. What is that ACS, Mika? What am I looking at?
Almost 500, are you kidding me? That's, yeah, I've never seen anything like it. And again, ladies and gentlemen, 4 Sentinels and a Harbor. Yeah, you know, for Global Esports Phoenix as well. I mean, we did interview Meow the other day, and she did mention that, like, you know, this current team is the kind of team that like needs a little bit to warm up. You know, they need to gain steam first, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, they did have that, but it's against Team SMG. Again, you can warm up all you want, but these are the current queens right now, and they're just waiting to be officially coronated. They're you know, the crowned rather. They're just waiting for the papers to roll in, right? But it's kind of there already.
Right now, these stages, these maps, these matches, honestly, are more so formality unless someone can challenge and force Team SMG to look to find that right configuration. And as of right now, maybe there's a little bit of a tease. I know that SMG is cooking up the right formation right now. SCYHTE doing well on Sentinel might be something to look forward to over the coming days. But Global Esports, there is still that chance in a way. If they can just match really the mechanical skill that we're seeing right now, they can force SMG to suddenly say, stop, what do we do? Because GE, they always have at least a formation. They always have this execution. And as of right now, I think SMG's biggest strength, of course, and how they dismantle all these other teams is just by getting in the way of those plans, Mika.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, I'm a big fan of teams that do something unpredictable. Perhaps this is the time to do it. I mean, what else are you going to lose, right? We're going to see if they can do just that on their second map. But for now, we are going to throw it to a quick break. And when we return, we're going to see if Global Esports can make this comeback against the behemoths that are Team SMG.
Spike down A. Remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence
Welcome back, everybody. We are in our first series and our second map because, as we just saw earlier, Team SMG likes to do things really, really quickly, and they will end things in a 13-0, 13-1 at the very least, or a 13-2 at the very most. But it looks like I don't think anything that these teams can bring out right now is enough to challenge Team SMG. GE Phoenix, though, are they up to the challenge here on Pearl, especially since Daks, it is their map pick?
It is their map pick, but we talked about this once we saw the map draft itself. GE's history so far on Pearl has been a little bit shaky, but it's the only map that here in Open 2, they've made an adjustment onto the agent composition, and that's one thing we've noticed right now for GE Phoenix especially. It does feel like that they've put in the work to really hammer down those fundamentals, be a lot stronger on how they go for the executes. But I guess the concern right now is how do they stop just the monster that is SMG? Once they peak all alone, that's where SMG just strikes. SMG's always there in the faces. SMG's just already looking at what they're doing before they can even get on started. And I think really the question is more so, what will SMG pick this time around coming into our second map? We know the roles are done. Initiator's done. Sentinel's done. Controller is done. What's the only one left?
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Are we looking at 5 duelists? We are looking at 5.
I doubt. You want a real conversation about this, Mika?
Yeah.
I do feel like the linchpin again of these blank or these 4 or 5 role agent composition for SMG is Shirazi's Harbor. Let's be real about this. Without Shirazi's Harbor, it will just always be dry peaks. It will just always be going in, swinging wild. And it still allows SMG to be hypermobile. It still allows SMG to go anywhere they want. And once directed by something like the High Tide, well, SMG can play whatever the hell they want with the rest of them. So let's see if that's what we're gonna get here, Mika. I'm excited for this agent select.
I know, same here, and you're absolutely right? Shirazi is that insurance policy because
here we go.
Daks.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh no! I have been proven wrong.
1, 2.
Oh?
Okay. Camille this time. There we go. 4 duelists and an Astra.
I guess Mika, they just don't want to repeat the same agent on this map because they played 4 Initiator Harbor last time around. They moved Cammy over to that Astra. We get a bit more of the gravity well and whatnot to try and help on that, but this is it. 4 duelists, SCYHTE as well as the Narians of signature picks as well, and excited to see here for SMG what they're gonna do. But I noticed for Global Esports, they have a comp that can fight back against this.
I don't know. I feel like I just want to throw it to our casters right now because I'm excited to see how this is gonna go, especially since Team SMG, you can tell they're having fun. I mean, look at that agent lineup. They're so ready. GE Phoenix, though, how are they gonna take this, especially since they want to be able to be that team that is kind of like Team SMG, that they have that flexible roster. They do want to be that multi-talented team that can be anything, right? As Team SMG is showing us right now. So I wonder how they're gonna take it here on Pearl, especially since this is another one of those maps that can be very memey, very aim heavy here. So we're gonna see how they fare against this 4 duelists and an Astra. Casters, over to you guys.
Well, we asked for it, right? And, SMG said, your wish is my command. And now we all have 4 duelists and 1 Astra, which there have been some role swaps here, but I don't doubt Shirazi's Reina at all. She started out as a duelist, really, and she has been, just really embodying that Viper controller role for the team of SMG. But this time, I don't think that they're gonna even stop at all. They had some low mobility because of choosing 4 Sentinels, but this time they have all of the ways to move around the map.
I'm just disappointed they didn't go with a Yoru. But you know what? Well, if anything, this is a map that does have a lot more freedom that I think G Phoenix can play with. So hopefully, given the fact that this is their map pick, they've prepared for this. They must be able to come up with a way better score and then just show us and then prove us wrong. Because SMG, with all these compositions that they're playing right now, there must be a mistake somewhere that Global Esports Phoenix can exploit.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Camu did not select the Phoenix. She used to be a Phoenix main back in the day, but probably just, you know, playing that Astra to provide some control for the team for this defense. And look at that, the defensive team are the ones pushing forward and getting GE Phoenix out.
Oh man, I'm just thinking about the mental game, that confidence. Global Esports Phoenix needs a lot of it right now, and the first pick could possibly give them a surge of confidence. Kohibi though just comes back around the corner. Kiri, I don't think she really expected that, but what SMG didn't expect either was that LG would be able to push all the way into the B site to get the spike planted as well. So 3 on 4. You got 2 shares in the hands of some of these SMG players. If they whiff, if GE are close enough, they might be able to take them down. But look at how deep Kohibi is. Shirazi on the other side. We talked about it, Donut, and she is as sharp as ever.
Yeah, that's going to be just a little bit of an error there for people remaining for Team SMG. GE had a good idea on how to defend that spike from being diffused. It's just that one piece of utility held them back. You know what that was? It was the Nebula. It was the smoke from the Astra. And every time they would emerge from that smoke, Shirazi just got the kill. Look at that. Quick reactions from Shirazi. She delivers a 2K. The GE Phoenix, they have to be careful about these pushes, because when it comes down to that 4 duelist pick of Team SMG, they could come from anywhere. They could be flanking. They could be pushing all together, rotating towards that spawn. And they have to be more careful about how they would in their positions where they have their feet implanted.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Yeah, close point positions are really important, but right now, the positioning and the way that they push on the map, I like this. Having one player on the lurk and the rest of the team just going together as a squad. They might be able to turn themselves into a firing squad, if anything, and this could give them that additional firepower that they need. They've managed to take out 3 overconfident players from SMG now. And this is where we could see things turn around completely. Muffin, she's gonna hide into this one corner. Maybe pull up a bit of a lurk, sell a bit of a fake, but SMG's players have already left. Kohibi does rear her head though, thinking that, oh, this could be a push, but you know what? It's a fake, and she reads that perfectly. And Neri now hears the footsteps on towards the A site. Spike will go down, and these 2 girls from SMG have to try to retake.
Yep. 2 members overconfident, but this time will Neri be overheating too? She has an idea, she takes out right, but Kiri gets the kill. And now it's down to Kohibi, 18 HP for her. She gets the first headshot. Will she follow through? There's the turret though. Nice positioning, and of course that turret gets a kill too.
Yeah, it's Timmy, and then he gets a headshot, Donut. I mean, that's amazing. The 6th player from Global Esports Phoenix comes up clutch in the final moment. I'm kidding, but of course, that is smart post-plant positioning. Now, this time around, just again, recognizing the fact that they have to stick together as a squad, setting up that utility so that if SMG does try to come in for the retake, they are able to gun them down. So on to the next round, and this time, GE Phoenix are the ones with the guns.
Yeah, they should tread with caution this time, and I think they expected that push and bringing down all of the weapons for Team SMG. They pick up their own, and Camu is hit so hard. She's injured at the moment, but she still delivers a utility, a smoke for the team. But this defense, though, there's going to be very much up when needed. Neri sees that movement, and now 16k as it raise.
Nice.
And even that piece of utility from Muffin Loop, they got everything covered here.
And it all starts with the 1 round. With all utility, now the positioning, they hear the footsteps. Bela swings out, gets another. Kohibi tries to land shots, and she does get a dig. Still so sharp. But with the pop flash, BioLife's able to finish things off, and we're on to a 2-1 scoreline.
That push, though, with that smoke had a bit of a barrier. That's why, and even with how they covered the site, a movement for Mouse 16k towards the halls, but securing that kill with that fragment just really seals the deal for GE. If they continue to use all their utility as one unit for to you know, uplift Meow 16K's ability to try and get the kills, then I guess GE can be on a roll here. But this time, SMG, they got the guns, they got the utilities, and they have the confidence yet again. Shirazi just pushed up forward here, slowly backs away.
Well, she is trying to hold the angle. Her teammate here to support if there's any utility thrown out. Saw the flash and turns away, doesn't get blinded. Alexi is the one who picks up the double instead. 2 players on this side, and it's a little bit overwhelming for GE to engage against. So they're gonna back off straight into shops again, but SMG just keep pressing the issue. Kiri now the last one left alive, and she is being surrounded. Gets the first, but not for the second. And Neri will be able to strike from behind, and we even things out 2-2.
It was just really a firing squad there. No operators, but they were just waiting to push forward. They do have the smokes available for them from Kiri, but they did not really maximize that ability to try and you know, cover those sites for Team SMG. And Alexi from behind, we were focused on Shirazi to get the kills, but Alexi there with the backup gets 3 headshots as GE Phoenix just walks out of that B long site.
That's kind of one of those things that you really have to worry about as well. Sometimes it's just the mechanics, and it's really tough to take these head-on duels against SMG when all their players are that sharp. Utility must be good in order for them to secure safe crossing onto the other side. Long. Meow goes for the spray, does get one behind screen. Shirazi, though, instantly holding the angle. Another peek out, she gets a second frag. Maybe the third. Muffin's gonna shut them down for the time being, and Kiri comes in handy as well. No command popped, and that's gonna be teamwork as they push into the B site. Cosmic Divide set up, and they're trying to get the spike plant. Possibly in a good spot. Null Command still making sure that they are suppressed from the other side. A sudden peek out. They just plan for this. Oh my god, you can see the ping and the coordination on this team trading off of one another. It's on to a 3-2, don't it?
I love that Kohibi waited for 3 seconds before they peeked out because they had to talk about it first, right? Where am I gonna aim down my sights? Am I gonna focus on long, or do we really handle the plant spike first? And given that, with one remaining, the plays with Kiri just, you know, using all of the nebula first to try and reposition to get the post plant done, it wasn't just enough. I mean, the timing for Kohibi there to peek out through that Cosmic Divide, that was just amazing for Team SMG. Even if they were down 2-2, they just make it always winnable for the team.
Oh god, now it's a push towards a main. Shirazi frags out, dismisses away. Kamiyu suddenly comes back in just to aid the team. The rest of them still trying to hold, knowing that SMG will continue to push up front. There might be a paint shells coming in as well. Hawk gets sent out just to get further information, and Muffin will be able to smack them straight down. Don't challenge us, go back to where you came from. But Kohibi pops out the showstopper. Kamiyu gets the frag instead, and then all of a sudden we go back in towards trades. All the players coming up from mid as well. Alexi sneaks up front, and with the wallbang secures the final frag. Oh my goodness.
Headwalls are dropped there. Shirazi was already blind from all of that utility, but she still gets the first kill. And they push out forward. They throw all of the utilities to reclaim that space from GE Phoenix. Even if there was not a kill from that showstopper from Kohibi, that really provided so much strength for Alexi to try and push forward. Use all of that utility, catch them off guard with all of those stuns. And they finished so strong for that round. And I don't doubt why they would always push forward. Of course, the composition just, you know, provides that sense of empowerment for them. And Aneri's, we know how Aneri is with this operator. Let's see what will happen here.
Yeah, this time on a jet, not a chamber, don't it? She has already spent the tailwind, though.
Face your fear!
So one thing is, can it kind of displace her? Fastlane does disrupt her aim for a second, so whoops from Alexi. Muffin gets the shot through the smokes, the walls, and here comes the hit. Muffin able to get another, but Kohabi trades it off with her utility. Rose managing to find one, but only one for a second because Camille comes back in for a shot of her own as well. With the rifle picked up though, that's gonna now be the spike going down, and something that SMG did not expect, that's gonna be Byla hiding all the way on the other side of that tiny little wall.
Yeah, that was great. I think I mentioned this before, right? The smoke that was laid out there by Kiri was not just to protect the team, but also to have a bit, you know, that space to try and get one enemy remain. And they can just move around the smoke, push forward to get the kills. And even Byla here, she knows that she can have that X factor for that round. Waited in the middle of that pillar to get the kills, while Shirazi did not really know where her position was. And this time, you know, they keep on pushing B this time. They might have won that round, but I guess this time they learn from their lesson. Look at them. They're positioned a little bit back. They're just gonna wait for them to push before they strike.
You want to fight it?
Well, a point like this, I mean, B works for them because they can get so much space by B long and force fights as they inch up closer. With space and positioning that SMG might not expect because of this cosmic divide. Now the utility goes through, and maybe a swing at the right timing. Alexi's prepared for it though, and she's just trying to watch both angles and peek at the same time, but just a second late. Alexi able to snap back and forth. Shirazi coming up from the front now, and the entire site is covered. The attacking lockdown though will be able to push SMG back a little bit further and buy some more time for the spike to go off. Both players detained, and that is going to be now GE's trying to push up front, buying even more time. Shirazi gets a shot on the Muffin Loop, and then a counter wall from Camille. Still, they managed to try to fight back. Byla, the last one left alive, 1 HP. Kohabi watches the angle, and all it takes is one click to dismiss her away while her teammate defuses the spike. SMG, an unstoppable force.
Yeah, that cosmic divide, which was what won them that round, because GE, all they had to do was push forward, but each time they did, there were 3 people waiting behind them in that wall. But it's a different story for that cosmic divide for Kiri, right? It was supposed to give them coverage, but it was an advantage for Alexi to try and get the kills as they push forward. And for this specific team, right, we saw Shirazi get 3 Ks, all headshots. It seems like they're just playing deathmatch at this point, with a mix of utility. Like, the utilities are just a bonus for Team SMG.
I mean, it does help them set up some better positions for those duels, but at the same time, I mean, you see those protocols from GE Phoenix. They are good. They peaked that cosmic divide together. It's just unfortunate still Alexi's that much sharper, and now Kohabi off 2 frags off her own. The entire team wrapping around the other side of long as well. A couple of players from the front, and Neri trying to land some blade. She does get one, gets straight from Rose, and then Shirazi still as good. Alexi from behind slipping through the net, and that's going to be now a 6-3. We've got 3 rounds left in this first half, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, at least GE is fighting for their life here, especially given that they've managed to string in 3 rounds. But after that mistake, the ability of SMG to try and come up with ways to, you know, find weaknesses for GE and just push forward, like Kohabi catching Kiri off guard there. And that was just what? How many seconds into the round? They've already taken space without any utility. And that's what SMG really stands for. Still moving under gunfire? Yes. And they will always move forward just to try and get those kills. Like Harry here.
Just wondering about GE repeatedly going to the B side again, though. Hopefully when they have their full buys, maybe they try something a little bit different. But here comes Neri still with the operator. She's looking for a shot. That's the first kill. And then overbeats a little bit. GE punishes her and manages to push forward in towards the site. Kohabi maybe trying to start things with the boom. Pink shell sent out. She's got the showstopper and she's jumping across. Lands a shot towards long. And now Rose trying to do what she can. Able to take Camille out. We're down to a 1-on-2. And Kohabi knows that there is one up by Halls, but where is the other? She's watching the angle. A bit of a jump peek. She gets information. They have to work together. The spike not yet planted, and Kohibe's just trying to control this. Being very careful about it, but there it is. The C's, the peak from both players. GE Phoenix strikes back.
Yeah, that was some wonderful shots there for GE Phoenix. Trying to get that Imagine an operator, and Harry getting the skill, but it doesn't stop them at all. Rose just really showed promise for that round. Her ability to get another kill with that operator and then throwing in the C's to try and distract Kohibe. And then Kiri just making that move to get that kill. 6 and 4 for GE. Still a lot of points to try and climb in so that they have an even advantage. A 6 to 4. Because SMG, that's going to be annoying during an attack. 4 duelists.
It is going to be a lot of chaos on the attacking half, but it's not over yet. And once more, GE hits back in towards the B site. They send the full force and they manage to make it a trade. But at what cost? Now Meow's gone.
Face your fear!
Too bad. They set themselves up for the B hit with the Nightfall. A bit of a nebula, and they are trying to display some of these positions. And Neri forced to peek outside of the walls, but she's still able to land her shots. Ever so sharp with the strafe and movement. Alexi now comes up from behind, and still, SMG are not defeated yet. It's 7 to 4.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, Shirazi probably thought she would be able to get another kill there until she was shut down. But that save there from Kohibe and her ability to try and, go... sorry, not Kohibe. It was Inari. And her ability to go back, dodge all of the things that are thrown her way and still get the kills as GE would push forward. Now, GE, this is now going to be their do or die moment, at least for this first half. But they don't have enough. Look at their buys. Sheriff, Marshall, and Inari is just going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and we have Shirazi still trying to force them back, or at least look for some duels up by this shop area. Rose chases her away with that Prowler, and it does work for a second, but now here comes the question. If you're GE's shoes, where do you go next? For the past several rounds now, maybe Kohibe has come up from the back, and that's why they're watching towards mid. Nobody's there. So we knock on the door again, and we head back towards B long. And Neri now pushes up front. She has angles, and she's gonna get the first, not the second. Marshall shot answers back, and suddenly Alexi comes in. Oh my god, she's just relaying, hurling all across the entire site. Kiri lands a bit of a shot though, down to half HP. But then the gravity well. Kiri did not have room to work with, and that is that global presence that Camus has. We end off the first half with the 8 to 4 donut.
Yeah, and this 8 to 4, something that we did not expect, right? Even the desk mentioned maximum 13-3. Nope, GE is fighting, and let's see how they will fight for their life now that the sides have switched. Mika and Daks, what do you think?
SMG just doing SMG things all the way, but you do have 4 rounds on the side of GE Phoenix, right? There are some rounds wherein you can see when the teamwork does come in, they are able to take advantage of that, especially since SMG, they are going a little bit too aggressive. They are liable to make some mistakes, but then you have the mechanical skill, of course, on the side of SMG Daks.
Yeah, but at the same time, impressive here from Global Esports Phoenix, huh? 3 of the 4 rounds, I believe, are thrifties. You see early Kiri stepping it up so well. And one of the best things that Global Esports does, because of the formation, because of how they play on the attacking side, where they're allowed to really group on up, they're so good at actually getting these trades going against the aggression that you mentioned from Team SMG. But on the other hand, I'll go back to your points there, Mika. Team SMG doing Team SMG things with this duelist comp, and why they're running the Astra, that global presence, as Quack was able to mention. If you're playing something like the Harbor, maybe the walls are something you don't want to play with. You want to have the smokes, you want to have the gravity wells, and from that point on, SMG, they push the limits of where they can go. You can see them even go for that ramp control all the way on the other side of B because they know they have the comp to get away with it.
Yeah, and then you can actually see like Global Esports, once they're paralyzed, right? They're stuck in that, mid-decision kind of like call wherein they're not exactly sure if they want to be able to push in or not. You can see how Team SMG actually takes advantage of that with these really, really quick rotations. I mean, they do have a neon on their side, right? And so it's just so difficult for GE to make that comeback, especially since they have that hesitation still.
Yeah, it feels like when they have the rifles, when they have the buys, that's when the mindset of, oh, we have something to lose comes into play. But coming back to those thrifty states, they're just willing to trade, willing to contest. And since they have that Fade, they have that Astra, and of course the KO that we've seen from Muffin Loop, that's been signature. Whenever she's not playing the Jet, they have ways to be oppressive and honestly force Team SMG to take fights that aren't to their advantage.
Like I told Meow yesterday, it's not exactly impossible, but it's Team SMG once again. We're gonna see if they can wrap this up quickly or if GE Phoenix has something else up their sleeve. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Meekin and Daks. And, you know, it could be different. The last time that these guys played, it was a 13-4. But so far, what we have seen, especially from the start of the second round, GE fought back and they fought hard. SMG, they're going to have to start respecting this because on towards the defensive side, a much more balanced composition, this could go different, don't it?
Yeah, and the difference here is that risk to try and cover just one side of the site and you know, entrust everything else to the Killjoy. If that so happens, then the balance will tip over in the favor of Team SMG, but immediately rotates come in for GE, even without information just yet, just because they didn't see anybody coming through that B ramp. Then they thought that everything will be an A, which is actually a correct assumption for them because the spike is near there. And 3 members of GE, they're pushing up, they're slowly walking forward, but, you know, GE, they double back.
Well, let's stay around this area. Now they hear the Cloudburst and they know it's going to be an A hit. Alexi does try to sneak forward with the slide, but not quite able to do all that much. Meow! Here she comes! A quick double! Camille shuts her down for a second. And then Byla all the way from Art. She does not expect Shirazi to be appearing out from the other side, though. We're back to a 3-on-3. The spike does go down, and GE trying to find the right positions, the right angles to take this fight head on. Shirazi just pushes further in towards Flower. Gets traded instead. Muffin, though, strafing out, does not expect Camille to be so deep in towards Secret, and all of a sudden, SMG, ever moving under that gunfire donut, they managed to secure the pistol.
Yeah, usually the movement after you plant the spike is you go towards a main, but nope. What they have in coverage would be Secret and those the entry points where G will come in, and that element of surprise there for Shirazi to get that long-range headshot. She immediately is punished, but she gives that information to both Camu and Inari, and they clean up that round. Now GE, we can see another thrifty round for them because they did stop SMG during that buy round.
I hope it happens, and they're trying to force it. Rose and Kiri managed to make it work for a second, but then it all goes downhill as the rest of the players trying to fight back just get sprayed full of bullets. Byla, outside of Art, tries to land a headshot on towards Inari, but still, this girl is so sharp. She went from the bottom of the scoreboard now up towards the top. And with the Guardian, no less, a quadra kill in this round, 10-4.
Inari, she was just the savior for this round. Everybody else was pushing forward, but even with the Guardian, so accurate with all of those shots, getting the kills, right? A perfect weapon for this anti-eco. But GE, they really have to fight for this now. It's their time to at least get one score on the board, pick up with that momentum, and try and stop SMG from doing SMG things, as Mika mentioned.
Yeah, because you have to think, if they drop this round, then it's going to be 11-4. It might as well be 12-4, which is match point, because they're going to have to save after this loss. The rest of GE doesn't quite have that much in the bank left. So this defense has to be impeccable. SMG, though, pinpoint accuracy, as you saw from an area earlier on, and they're just trying to figure out some of these positions. Now they know B Link is being held by several members. Henceforth, they're trying to push further down in towards B. Maybe some rotations going on through as well. It's Kiri goes for the jump peek. That was a little bit scary. Shirazi moves up front. The Lear gets set down. And all of a sudden, this hit is so much more clearer. The rest of them trying to hold up by this one position, but they get completely stun locked. It's the relay bolt from Alexi. Kohibi jumps up top to the top of heaven. 2 players left, and GE Phoenix. I don't know. Do you fight this? Do you save? What do you do?
Well, they just have to keep their feet grounded. at the moment because Inari is here and
Oh
she's
my
getting
God.
the kills. Beautiful 2 kills for her. No saving for GE, but still they can fight this out. You mentioned, right? If SMG wins this, it's like an 11-4, but without that buy, that's soon gonna be 12.
Enemy remaining.
Accurate shots here by Neri, and even Alexi there, just sending everybody else so accurate with that relay bolt, and that's what GE really did not expect. Probably they were just waiting for that push, but if you're already stunned,
Yeah.
fire rate is low, confidence is low for that specific round, and SMG, they are pushing forward yet again.
I have to respect G because despite that loss, you know, they're still fighting hard. And look at what's happening on the middle ground. They're moving together as an entire unit. And this says to me, they're not really just discouraged. They're not unconfident. They're moving together and that team spirit is still strong among them. And that's something that you can really respect. SMG though, I mean, these girls are brimming with confidence. They got the sight and look at where they're headed. They call out the entirety of defender spawn clear, and Alexi already knows. You know, there's a chance they're gonna come up by A main. The pop flash confirms it. Now the rest just have to wait with open arms. Shirazi, the Lear out, Nebula even popped. Everyone from these SMG girls, they're just so strong on their fundamentals. All the bits of utility, so well coordinated. All that's left are a couple more players. And it's actually a flawless. I thought it wasn't gonna be because the scenario was so low, but despite a player coming up from Art, SMG secure 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, they did not really have that much utility too, but they could have just at least thrown a flash in to try and displace them, because behind that smoke is going to be a firing squad of SMG members, and at that point, even if there is a satchel in, accuracy to try and point up for Inari, and they were just waiting there. Even if Kiri had the opportunity to get this from behind, SMG is just too quick to respond to everything that GE is giving them.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if Muffin had a secondary flash available. But here comes Alexi. It's a split push out from long, and she still goes even further. This girl just doesn't stop. She's sprinting across the entire map. It's just a race to the finish for her. Viola now outside of Link. She spots them, but now suddenly hearing the footsteps slapping Alexi down. She finds a brief moment, but not before Harry pops outside of the Cosmic Divide. Fist bumps all around. We end this map the exact same way that it happened last open. It's 13-4, and look at how happy they are.
Yeah, I mean, they're just sending all the love and, you know, bringing hearts out there to their fans because, you know, I mean, I love that they're called Team SMG because they embody that every time they see a stop sign. You know, we might as well give them a ticket at this point because every time that there's a red light, nope, I push forward. There's no stopping them at all. And I think the only moment that they did stop was during the timeouts and before the round starts. That's basically it.
Yeah, talking about tickets, I mean, I just have one question for our panelists now because, you know, do you know why I pulled you over, son? Mika and Daks.
Well, they're basically going over the speed limit, but let's see what Daks and Mika would have to say regarding that question. Do you know why I pulled you over?
I feel like this is another Quack grilled cheese moment.
I don't want to take the bait already.
I'm scared. I'm scared. We're not.
I'm
We're gonna
driving away.
Ignore
We're driving away, Mika.
We're gonna completely ignore our casters and instead turn our attention to the just about continuous perfect run that Team SMG is having here at Open 2, right? I mean, it's no surprise. We did see it. We did see that little teaser from the Swiss stage, even like from way back when, right? This roster has definitely been, the queens of the APAC scene, and it just goes to show that nothing has changed so far. But we do have some pretty strong contenders on the side of Global Esports Phoenix. Though I feel like it was a good try, but I feel like maybe they were getting momentum just a little bit too late into the series. Daks.
I think also you go back to how that second half really all unfolded. Moving into that duelist composition, they're just gonna execute. They're just gonna take all the space that they need, and it was just such a dominant affair, especially from what Alexi was able to do in that last round. That a chain of kills is enough for SMG to dismantle. But you mentioned it, Mika. GE, they put up a good fight. Really goes to show the progress of this squad, that they really trust this roster, that they double down on many of their compositions, and that they're trying to really build on what they did in the last open. And the best byproduct of that is Curie. 14 takedowns, 4 rounds also for GE. So they tied the record for most rounds taken against SMG, just like Sapphire, just like Kaguya. So that's good company for GE. There's still lessons learned here for GE to basically utilize moving forward. But as of right now, the only lesson you can take for SMG is they're unstoppable, they're unbeatable, and they continue on with this absolutely different level of play.
On a 4 duelist and an Astra at that, right? But I think on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, they do go down to the lower bracket. But as they mentioned, this is still a team that was basically just 15 days old. This current roster of Global Esports Phoenix, the fact that they can take 4 rounds of a Team SMG that have just been in the scene for like so long, I think it's like a good sign of things to come. Definitely, we're gonna see if they can get that second win when they get on down to the lower bracket. But in the meantime, Team SMG still smooth sailing over here. I do have to point out as well that we mentioned it, right? Kiri has definitely been one of the highlight players on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, right?
And
I mean, it even showed yesterday. Those shadow shots were so crispy.
yeah, if it's not Muffin, if it's not Meow, it's Kiri right now, ready to take command of those kills. And yet again, big props to 2 thrifty rounds out of 4. But Shiraji show for the MVP status. No surprise though, Donut said a while ago that she has that experience playing that right now. I think it's her most played duelist over her history. And yet again, we can see here for Team SMG that if they get that momentum, they get the ball rolling, the chain of kills just keep on going, and Shirazi exemplified that so well in that second map.
Yeah, and I think she basically mentioned okay, I'm always the harbor, I'm always the controller. Can I go and do this with you guys now? Somebody else sub for me. So I don't know, this roster, and you can see it when you cut to the player camps right after their game, right? They're having so much fun. They are enjoying this so much. I mean, it's sure, they're running these weird compositions and all that, but you can see the heart of it is that they're really enjoying the game that they're playing right now. They know that they're the queens of the scene, and they're gonna run with it.
Yep, they are flaunting it. They're so positive. Every single time we look at their cams, they're all serious when they're shooting, but in between, their smiles, they're talking to each other, and when it comes down to the victory itself, they just feel like, no sweat, we go to the next one. And Team SMG's path to the finals, looking very likely again with the performance so far, Mika.
I know, and that begs the question, I do have to ask you, who do you think is the biggest challenger for Team SMG so far?
I think it's really hard to answer that here because Team SMG took down both Kaguya and Sapphire in their group stage already, in the Swiss stage, and now they take down GE Phoenix. Maybe the only contender we haven't seen them face off against might be Orangutan X. I wonder how that's going on the other stream right now. But since they made it to the finals last time, maybe they can do so yet again. Team SMG, though, still looking to be at a different level, ready for more so an international scene experience.
Yeah, it's just it's, I mean, if this is the state that we have for APAC and our current contenders right now, I'm thinking this is really positive. As we get into elite, as we get into even beyond that, right? Once we get back into the international stage. But we're getting too ahead of ourselves. First up, let's bring in, I believe we do have 2 representatives for the side of Team SMG joining us for a quick interview. I believe we have Tamiya and Shirazi joining us. So let's say hello to these ladies and bring them onto the screen. Hello, guys. Hi. Hi, guys. Congratulations on that most dominant win. I mean, it's not even news anymore. Congratulations to you guys. I do have a burning question for you guys. I need to know who is influencing these team comps. Please do share and let us know. I think we're having some like audio difficulties right there. Do you guys have to unmute something, I think? All right, I think we're just sorting out a few things.
Yeah.
Nothing over here. I know you guys communicate a lot well with like your hand signs, but these questions are a bit too difficult for that.
Are we gonna get sign language now instead?
That is a skill I do not have, unfortunately.
I
One
think
that
this is
would be
butterfly.
very handy in this situation, though. But yes, while we do sort that out, I do want to know actually, like, what is going on when they do go for these team comps and what else do they have left. I know they're not going to share that with us, but it's just interesting to find out where this is coming from.
Bro, my
think we
mic
hear
is
them
not
now. There
working
you
here,
go.
promise.
Hello,
Hey.
guys.
My mic isn't working.
Hi! But we hear
It's
you
working
now.
now. It's
We
working
hear you
now.
now. There you go. Can you hear us? It's the other way around now, Dax.
Oh no, why can't you? First is the mic, now it's the earphones, and
If you can only have one, if
can
you would
only have
choose
one.
one.
you get
Which
input,
would you
you get
rather
output. I think I'd rather have output, honestly, Mika. I want to hear what you have to say, of course. And what do you expect for Team SMG? What's next while we're waiting for this, right? Where they're done with controllers, initiators, sentinels, and duelists. What else can they do?
I want the zoo comp.
The zoo comp?
I want the
So,
zoo comp. Yeah.
The Fade, the
The
Sky,
Fade, the Gecko, obviously.
the Gecko.
The Killjoys stuff considered pets.
Mecha Zoo, okay, sure. The turret is now an animal. Go finish it
Yeah,
up.
it's a cute little animal.
What's the last one then?
Speaking of animals, yeah, I
Hey.
do have a little wingman's
Mine's-
over here. He
I
likes to
can't
panel
control.
sometimes, so
No, that's true.
we do let him.
Wingman's just watching. So who's the fifth? So you got Fade, you got Sky,
that's
you got
right.
Killjoy, you got Gecko. Who's the last one?
That is a good question.
Oh no,
Who should be the last one?
Mika,
We are
you
missing.
you brought it up. You
We're
have to
missing. No.
answer
It's gonna be Shirazi on the harbor.
it. True, always just a harbor out of nowhere. But from what we've seen so far, G Phoenix, great fight within them, and I really feel like they're gonna do well in the lower bracket because they still have that stability in that core. They really stepped up on how well they play individually, and as a team, when they're grouped up together, I think really that's when their biggest strengths. Their hard hits as a site is very impressive, and from what I've seen here for GE, the only weakness right now is when they're separated. That's where kind of things fall on apart. So synchronicity is where they can build on moving forward into open number 2.
Yeah, totally understandable, right? As Meow mentioned, Bela just joined the team just 15 days ago. This is
2
a roster
weeks.
it's 15 days old, right? It's a baby, so they are working through some kinks, and they do know that they have a lot of adjustment to do. But I feel like the more that they are pushed, the more they'll be able to dig out that teamwork from them, because Meow, she's a fantastic leader. She was such a charming personality as well. I recently learned yesterday that one of the reasons why Zach got into Valorant was because of Meow, and how Meow actually encouraged Zach to get into Valorant. So imagine that, if it wasn't for Meow, we wouldn't even have our Miss VCT EMEA
Exactly,
finalist
right?
here.
Zach's already in the EMEA. Maybe Global Esports Phoenix down the line in the future they can go abroad as well. So there's a lot of those kind of success stories, right? Where one inspires the other. I see it a lot from Game Changers as well. And I was on with Taylor about this yesterday, where everyone is pretty much friends. There's a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of talking to each other. And I think we can finally talk to Team SMG.
Hello.
Here they are.
Hi!
Hello.
Mic test, everyone.
Hello, congratulations!
Renee,
Congratulations,
we hear
guys.
you.
We hear you. We hear you loud and clear. Congratulations to you guys on a stellar run so far. So I really, really have to know if you can share anything about this. Who is influencing these team comps? Can you share with us a story behind them, or whatever you guys might have next?
Yeah, the one influencing our team comps, like the 5 smokes and 4 initiator, is our one and only coach, Alex. Fal. Like, he just decided on the spot, like, okay, you use this, something like that.
What
Well,
a great coach.
It's definitely entertaining. I do have to say, and it's a massive, testament to you guys for being able to pull it off Even though it's like on the spot, use this, use this. Second question I do have for you guys. So far, it's been just about perfect for you ladies, but who do you think is your biggest challenge here at Open 2?
Okay. Wait, we need to decide this.
See, even they need to decide on a consensus.
For me, I think it's, I mean, I'm basing on the stats, so like I think for this Open 2, no one.
Whoa,
Oh.
it's certainly
Promise,
looking like that.
Understandable.
it's not Camille.
No, understandable answer.
No,
You
I
guys,
like that.
yeah, the confidence is there, but I kind of have to ask. This is very important. One of the most important things we've seen for the past 2 series. What is up with our dear Alexi? Why is she whipping her knives?
Oh, because she's not from Tondo. She's
Oh
from
no!
Santa Mesa. Please help me.
Santa Mesa!
Shout out to Barangay Santa Mesa over there. But thank you for
Shout
answering
out
that.
sa inyo. Pero, Lexi, that is so funny. We're gonna make sure that you do get that Santa Mesa buff of your own, right? Congratulations to you ladies, and good luck in the rest of your games. Not like you guys need it, but it's very entertaining to see you guys really dominate Open 2.
Thank you.
Santa
It is the
Mesa buff, huh?
Santa Mesa buff, okay? So that's exactly why. You know, you do have the Tondo Gaming, of course, made popular by the likes of Team Secret, but Alexi is doing something else entirely. She's not called a game changer for no reason. So
Yeah.
it's like, we're gonna get the Santa Mesa buff in.
All I got there is SMG was so confident, so ready, and so willing to just go the distance and try to finish off the job. There's still some matches to go, guys. We're gonna go to lower bracket, and we're gonna go for a break, because when we return, it will still be Game Changers Open 2 continuing on.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Thrifty.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of VCT Game Changers APAC Open 2. We just saw Team SMG continue their run over here, their almost perfect run. And in other news, water is wet. But in other news, we also do have our first elimination match of Open 2, Daks. And I hate to say that we have to say goodbye because it feels like we barely got to know these teams.
It's always that case once we come into day number 2. When you go to your first lower bracket matchup, it's just a heartbreaker for one of these two teams. And, well, as SMG just rides off into the sunset towards the upper bracket finals, basically, here in the lower bracket, it's going to be an interesting one. BIGG versus RRQ Kaguya. And I think really the first issue we need to talk about here, Mika, who would expect RRQ Kaguya to be in this position this early on into the playoff brackets?
Exactly. I did not expect this, but I mean, they had the luck of the draw going up against Full Send Sapphire. Again, like, just because they are in the lower bracket doesn't say anything. They did lose a 2-0 against Sapphire, but that doesn't say anything, like, with how close that series was, right? RRQ Kaguya are definitely one of the front runners, definitely, to challenge Team SMG for that throne, right? I feel like it's RRQ. It is Full Sense Sapphire definitely hovering over them and closing in on Team SMG. But right now, they have to make it through this lower bracket right here. Ayumi, Bess, Iceberg, Aluka, and Capricious definitely have a lot to offer. And as we saw yesterday, that double duelist is kind of like RRQ here, double wielding Ayumi and Aluka here to, all of their victories here. They are so powerful with that combo.
Yeah, strongest guns that they have into the roster. You'll also look at Capricious, their newest addition, really moving over to that controller role. One thing I noticed for RRQ Kaguya, they actually have a bit more of a rotation between Napsky and Iceberg, having some of those core players from before fill in as role players right now in their current setup.
Yeah, and right now they will be up against a big size, right? We do see Crescent's March, Oreophilia, SCYHTE, and Yamori here, ready for the challenge. And I spot with my little eye a little reunion as well.
Yeah.
Because as we do know that Oreophilia used to play with the core of the RQ Kaguya roster in the former alter ego Celeste, right? So there's a little bit of history there. So I feel like, Big Scythe, I know that they can be a little wild hardy at times, like they have their moments. Against RRQ though, that's a big question.
Yeah, they're very competitive. We remember yesterday, especially, they went on that, 7-round streak to tie it up, go over to overtime. And many of those reasons, many of those situations were carried by Oreophilia and her presence. Not only that, though, March has been stellar on the shot calls. You also have players like Yamori stepping up, SCYHTE as well, their newest addition, figuring out how to fit in well for a big sites roster. And it really just goes to show here for many of these teams that when they look to just build on what they had from Open 1 to Open 2, they become competitive, and Big Site is a good example of that.
And as we see our maps right now, we are heading into Pearl first. We just came from here, Dax. We are heading into Pearl first, and then into Ascent, and potentially Haven right here. And, I want to actually turn our attention to an interesting head-to-head between these two teams, Oreophilia and Capricious, right? Capricious is now playing with Oreo's former squad.
Yep.
And Oreo might want to show her how it's done.
Yeah, and especially that Capricious is the one flexing over to that controller. We remember her from Orangutan last Open, having some strong moments, especially against RRQ Kaguya themselves on the jet roll. But when you look at Pearl, when you look at Ascent, these are maps that have been pretty much favored so far for the side of RRQ Kaguya. But as far as I know, these two teams have met in the Swiss stage this Open itself. And one of the victories Big Side took against the side of RRQ Kaguya was on Ascent. So there is a bit of that history right now they're building on in this tournament alone.
Yeah, it's looking like they want to remind RRQ of that, right? But RRQ, they did pick Pearl and they are starting on attack. I already see, the Ray satchels in. I already see the updrafts in already from Aluka and Ayumi. It's like it's haunting me from yesterday or something. You can definitely tell they want to do this, and they're gonna be starting on attack. That's very, very strong. I feel like the momentum is gonna swing heavily in the side of RRQ within these first few rounds.
Yeah, and that was mostly their round scores from yesterday, right? They took 8 out of the 4 rounds, tied it up to go for that attempted comeback versus Full Send Sapphire. And that's the feeling right now for both of these teams. They were both so close from taking those overtime wins. They were so close at making those comebacks happen, basically. But since they couldn't, they have fallen to the lower bracket. And it just goes to show how cutthroat the composition and the competition is here at Open number 2. It's getting closer and closer compared to last time around we were here in Game Changers.
Yes, very, very close indeed. And we do know that, RRQ Kaguya, if you can manage to push them into an overtime, actually, you'd be very, very lucky. But BIGG, as I mentioned, they are a bit of a wild card here. And I think the addition of like Oreophilia onto their side is a massive win, especially since she knows the players of RRQ Kaguya very, very well. But it seems like, ooh, this is interesting on the side of RRQ. They are not going for the top duelist, and instead, well, we're gonna have Ayumi and Yamori go head to head on that Jet showdown.
Yeah, it's just I'm honestly looking besides the possibilities for Yumi and Yamori finding those openings, Oreophilia versus Best instead. Capricious moving over to the Fade. This is something that they've run against Full Sense Sapphire back in the Swiss stage. But on the other side, for Big Side, playing that double wall is all about coordination. But with a team that has been used to playing with Oreophilia for quite a lot, to really rely on that controller, they should have good chance to fight back with just paths that they're able to make around the map.
Well, it looks like this is a very interesting matchup indeed. A lot of history between these two teams, a lot of history between these players, and we're gonna see who manages to take Pearl right here. So, casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much for breaking that down, Mika and Daks. And yes, this is a very somewhat even matchup. They are very familiar with each other, and at the same time, somewhat, again, you're going to have that jet-to-jet. You're going to have a lot of similarities between both teams.
Yeah, and a lot of history as well when it comes to even playing against each other in Open 2, because during the group stages or the Robins, right, I think there was... Actually, RRQ Kaguya beat Big Sight, so it was also a best of 3, but this time it's going to be the playoffs, so there's a lot at stake for Big Sight to try and uncover. But we know Big Sight to be a team that is, I think Mika mentioned that they're really a wild card here. But in terms of being a wild card, right, they also offer a lot because they beat Full Sense Sapphire, at least in Open 1. And, if my analogy is correct, if Full Sense Sapphire beat RRQ Kaguya and Big Sight beat Full Sense Sapphire in Open 1, then is Big Sight gonna win this? I mean, that's just an analogy, but it's all up to them for this map of Pearl.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rematch in that sense, right? Because the last time that they did go against each other, yes, RRQ, we talked about it, how strong they are. But at the same time, the way their map picks went, the next one is going to be a set still. So there are a lot of chances, but with the way the agent compositions are at this very moment, it's somewhat similar. The one difference being the initiators that they have. You also have the Sentinel on the side of Big Scythe as opposed to the double initiator. So you can expect RRQ Kaguya to go with a lot more aggression, but at the same time, maybe a bit more control from Big Scythe, and that's what you want to see for them starting on the defensive side. Now, just kind of holding, I believe Elise has heard those footsteps, and that's why she's falling back. You can see their rotations slowly starting to make their way across the map as well. But I think we're just going to give away this A site to RQ for the time being.
Yeah, they immediately give up control, but that means RRQ and Ayumi has already taken control together with Aloka. And this is going to be a bloodbath here towards the back side, but no kills just yet. An exchange of kills for Big and RRQ, a 3v3.
Grounded.
Continuing to push up front still, and Ayumi manages to stay alive, getting a couple more frags. The right clicks from Capricious now, and the site is completely clear. Oreophilia, the only one left. 2 players are low, so this is not impossible. She's playing up around the snake bites, expecting that they won't see her coming from this one spot. Does get the dig, but not the frag. Iceberg down to 2 HP, able to crouch down and finish things off. It's a 1-0, and RRQ managed to pick up the first round.
Yeah, that is going to be the consequence, right? Look at the space that RRQ and Kaguya have already taken away from Big Sight just because of that small movement towards the back. Immediately RRQ takes advantage of that, and they just really remain in control for that. I think there were kills given here by Oreophilia for the team, but RRQ, if it's a 1v3, even if you're low, there is still a chance for a triple peak to come in.
Just a really quick response, right? And then also, right now, gambling on the fact that it could be an A-site hit. It's going to be Big Scythe pushing together his team, but this leaves B completely open, so the spike will go down, and we do have Iceberg kind of watching the flank. The rest of the squad, I'm kind of curious what they will do, because they could push up further front. Iceberg still hiding up around ramps, gets the first spot, instantly pops the poison cloud, and then the snake, so they can't push past this. Capricious sends out a Prowler as well and confirms that there are even more on the other side. You have Elise going through to Halza, and that's where she does a little bit of damage. Best trades, and now it's up to Yamori to try to find a couple more frags. It kind of doesn't really happen though. The Spectre's starting to spray and sound off, and that's going to be RRQ securing this second round win, only dropping a Yumi.
Yeah, and when it comes down to that retake, right, that one agent who did all of the damage there was really Iceberg, providing coverage with that poison cloud, but at the same time that snake bite, it actually left Crescents with just 2 HP, and they weren't really prepared for that. So when the smokes went down already, so
Placing swarm grenade.
RRQ was just able to get 3 kills out of that.
So many. And with that, they managed to bring their weapons into the next round. Best buys back up, and some of them have Vandals now. So this could be a pretty good bonus round for RRQ, and Big has to be very careful about how they want to defend this. You've got the walls, you've got the utility on this site, but it doesn't quite matter if RRQ just dashes straight in. Already towards the backup ball. With the high tide blocking them off, it's going to be tough for Big Side to come in to do a little bit of damage. So the spike goes down anyways. Bit of a spray through the wall, and a Yumi managed to tag the Crescents down. Trying to push past it though is going to be Marsh, and Naluka finds her head. So all of a sudden, Big Scythe not quite able to answer back. Trying to fall back, and now Yamori, a bit of a tailwind through. She managed to recenter her team, gets Iceberg, but then as soon as that high tide drops, it's easy frags for RRQ. They do get this bonus.
Yeah, that's all about the control, right, and the ability of Team RRQ to just put down the spike, but then defend it in their own way possible. And the kills given there by RRQ were just with marshals, with sheriffs, and at the same time they picked up all of the guns that Big Scythe already purchased in the last round. This time, you know, sometimes when we take a look at the bonus round, we say that will be what will define the score already, or at least if it's going to be a win or a loss. But Big Scythe, they have a chance to at least recover from this, since they only lost 3 rounds in a row. But RRQ, they're on a roll here when it comes to, you know, how they slow push, how they take control of the site, and how they would reposition to try and defend it. And I think that's what really is the perfect combination that RRQ is showing us here in the map.
That slow push again, right? They're slowly creeping up to A main, suddenly dashing into the A site. Marsh managing to get 1 though, and that's coming up from Art. As the hit does go through, Spike will get planted, but Yumi continues to push further deeper in. And that's where she gets diffed by Yamori and her Sheriff. So, not quite the free weapon upgrade yet, as RQ instantly responds and goes in to hold down some of these positions. But now, they have to watch their backs. Crescent's coming up from main. Elise just going outside of Flower. Iceberg, the only one left. She goes in for the spray and manages to control recall for a second frag. But then, here comes Crescent. So big, they managed to pull off the Thrifty.
I love that we're seeing a lot of thrifties here in the map of Pearl, because, you know, there's a lot of potential to try and regain control of the site, especially if you have the combination of utility for Big Scythe. And given that both of these teams have a double controller, at least RRQ Kagura, with how they use it for the push, right, they just potentially use all of Iceberg's smokes to try and control that. But when it comes to the push, it's all of the Harper utility. At least for Big Scythe, what they did was a similar manner when they tried to reclaim that site for themselves. But it's also all of the kills, that precision with their guns that made them win that round. And that's going to be a confidence booster, right? With getting a Thrifty and now continuing here, pushing forward against RRQ and Oreophilia getting the first kill.
even using that poison cloud to actually sneak up onto Iceberg. It's her own poison cloud too, so that one's gonna be painful. But RQ does recognize the fact that A is going to be less defended, so they just push in off the high tide. They get this, well, not a spike down yet. Nanostorm does burn the time a little bit. Now it goes down. Reckoning gets spent as well, so Best trying to fight back. Ayumi just stands her ground and shoots away Aurelophilia. Still, it's going to be a little bit more time as the lockdown gets planted. Crescent's trying to go further up front off of it. Poison Cloud blocked off main, and now all they have to worry about is Art. Ayumi waits for the lockdown to dissipate. Has her teammate here as well. Bit of a pop flash, but their backs are turned because of it. Elise gets another, and now the only one left, Capricious, so low, 15 HP. Can't withstand those classic right clicks, so Elise, 3K on the board, and 2-3 for Big Scythe.
2 ultimates spent for Big Scythe at that round, but I think everything else was worth it. First, the Reckoning to avoid RRQ Kagura from repositioning after that spike plant, and then immediately following up with that lockdown from Sky Elise. Now, I mean, everything was slow. It was able to buy them time, and then just really find the perfect timing to retake that site. And given that the space was theirs, the kill was theirs, and RRQ, they have to be able to try and claim this without, you know, and they have their own ultimates to use. They used one already for the KO.
Face your fear!
Yeah, RQ possibly in this round if they can't string it together, but so far so good. They managed to push in. Demori tries to spray them away, but Best manages to trade. So now Viper's Pit out, and that's going to be the spike planted as well. Elise trying to fire some shots through Flower, but look at the positioning of this. It can cover so much, and it's a little bit difficult for Big Scythe to actually push this. They need kind of maybe some flashes from Marsh or anything, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. They're just trying to position themselves together. There it goes. Catalyst into the site, but Best is holding down the angle. Ayumi finds one as well, and that's going to be the entire round for RRQ Kagura.
Yeah, they went in there without any use of utility. They just wanted to peek out, figure out where they currently are within the Viper's Pit, probably provide a bit of spams for the person who is outside of that specific pit. But no, they were back to back. I love the positioning of RRQ Kagura, Best and Ayumi back to back in that Viper's Pit, so that they have all of the coverage. If there is going to be somebody pushing out through Art, then they get the kills. But if they go through the back of the site, then immediately, you know, the eyes gaze at where Big Scythe is. And RRQ is so quick when it comes to these kills, especially within the Viper's Pit.
They're so smart with it too, how fast they decide to go in and put that Viper's Pit up. Now it's back towards mid. Crescent's holds it down! Oh my god, the double spray transfer. Best fires back off with a double of her own. Just instantly snapping towards the end of B-Link. A Haunt clears out the other part of the site, and then the high tide just to block it off. What they don't know, though, is that there is a person outside B main, and that's going to be Amori. Well, I say that. Capricious just turns back around and has her sights on. Aurelophilia and Elise are the only ones left, and they are blocked off by this high tide, which does drop, so go back to a low tide. And then, how do you push out?
One enemy remaining.
You only have, well, a bit of harbor utility. It's not even gonna happen because of the angles being held by RRQ, so it's a 5-2 donut.
Yeah, even that high tide didn't give them that much space, right? Because of our landing out there near the spike, and it's not gonna give you coverage. I love that kill though from Capricious. They know they were so careful. They took caution when it came down to even planting the spike. They wanted to be safe because they didn't clear the whole of B long. And once that spike trigger was done, Capricious was so ready to get that headshot. And I mean, her flexibility for this as a fade has given them a lot of value in this attack. And Big Scythe, they have to know how to counter that. They always seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. They place their bets towards mid, they go towards A, and there's nothing in RQ. That's a free plant immediately.
It could be
Spike planted.
Good flank, maybe, if they time this right. Capricious still so cognizant. She's going to watch out the back, along with help from Alka as well. And the pop flash. These two initiators trying to do what they can to fend off these forces coming through. Managing to take out another Sheriff. Oriophilia is the only one left now, and she's trying to fight through B-Link. Well, it's going to be RRQ pulling outside from Hull, though. It's not going to be easy, and you've already spent one cascade. Might as well go for a little bit more. Some more damage will be nice. But at the same time, you don't want to give out points away, so she's going to try making use of the toxic screen, trying to find them. They've all evacuated the site, though. So I guess we're just going to have to die to the spike, and that's going to be now a booming momentum for RRQ.
Yeah, and they're so quick as well. If they know that nobody's there towards the site, they try and cover these unconventional places. And even here, Alaka already knew that there's a potential plant from the site. Although they did get 2 kills, in exchange of that would be a round loss. So now they get into a timeout. They have to think about a strategy on how to counter this, because RRQ, you mentioned the momentum for them. But when they heat up, especially with this team, right? The combination of Alaka and Ayumi being Alka being a pseudo duelist for the team, and Capricious too, as that fade, it's gonna be hard to try and boil your own warm soup against a team of RRQ. Big Scythe, they just really have to be able to figure out where RRQ is treading, because early in on the rounds, when they would bet towards mid, RRQ seems to have a good idea where Big Scythe isn't. And they get the free plants, they get the free kills, and the post plants too for RRQ. They're solid.
Yeah, and that's really how RRQ makes use of that information, or rather lack of information, in fact. Because if Big Scythe aren't here, that means they're on the other part of the map, and there's only so many different routes that they can take to get to the site. So RQ really just nails down those post-plant positions, and like we saw over by B-Long, it really doesn't go Big Scythe's way. So maybe back to a default hold is what we need, and that's why you see all that Killjoy utility up on the A site, the rest of them trying to hold up by B-Link and Art. If RQ pushes in, this is very similar to the pistol round, just that this time Big Scythe has the weaponry. Trying to watch down all the way from the back of Secret. It's going to be Elise. The high tide does come in, though, so vision going to be obscured. I don't know how much this utility can do.
Not much, though. It's been broken down here on the site, but Oriophilia has a good idea. Try and push forward at the right moment, but Best was so ready with that 2K. Exchanges of kills, but it's a 3v2 for RQ.
And that brings us back to it. Big trying to retake the site still, but not that much space, at least until Marsh lands the shots on towards A main. A quick double kill, and the only one left is going to be Iceberg. Viper's Pit out from Crescents as well, and that's going to be the snake bite to push her back. She cannot press the issue. The spike will be defused, and off the timeout, Big Scythe. They managed to bring us back to a 3-6.
Yeah, Iceberg's snake bite was thrown too close to her, and it didn't really affect the area where the spike was. So that's why she couldn't just be pushed, but she didn't even deal damage to the ones defusing it. So, and even if she spammed through that smoke, she would easily be identified, and she could have also be spammed inside of it. So I think Big Scythe, they have a good role here in terms of winning that retake, information play, and Marsh just really going big as the Sky.
It was Marsh getting those shots on the A main. Made a 2-on-3 into a 2-on-1. Still though, next round. This time they're getting spammed through. Elise, unfortunately, not able to hold Art. A second player falls, and RRQ will have so much space to work with. Yamori tries to push out a link along with her friend. Iceberg just watches the angle. What a lurk. And that leaves us with just a lonely little Crescent. Outside of defender spawn, she has to, I guess, go for exit frags at this point, because anywhere that she peeks out, there's going to be an entire squad waiting for her. Ayumi pushes into her along with help from Bez, I believe. Doesn't clear the corner! A shot fired, and Crescent's able to recenter her aim, gets the double. Alright, well, now we have information, but RRQ aren't really going hunting yet.
Not yet, because it might also be risky for them. Crescent's already got two. Ayumi and Bess didn't really care to check so deep into that corner. I mean, Ayumi did see a bit of it, but they missed entirely the whole body of the Viper. And if they go out for the hunt, it would be risky for them. They need to be able to at least stack up a healthy amount of credits for them to at least, you know, supplement that momentum that they already have in their aim, their firepower. So it has to be assisted by that too.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
So much that I think BIGG has to think about. Because so far, their defenses haven't really been strong. A lot of times, you just see RRQ being able to sneak their way in or bulldoze their way into sites, in fact. Now that they have the momentum, BIGG side, they don't have the economy. These are the last 2 rounds of the first half. And if we can't make it, you know, a 7-5, at the very least, maybe an 8-4, a 9-3, I don't know. I don't know about the curses anymore, don't it?
I think we've been proven wrong by all of those 9-3 scorelines. We initially believed that to be, but we've seen also some break into that 50-50. It really depends on the team, right? And how they make use of all of that. But RRQ pushing forward here. And this time they check the corner. Yamori's down.
It's just the first of the dominoes to fall. Ayumi, look at how she goes straight into her cloud burst. Crescent was ready for it, but her teammate comes in. Alaka dismissing away Crescent's double kill. We're back into it. Ophelia trying to spray through the high tide this time, but it's easily dealt against by Alaka. Elise is the only one left. She's got a lockdown, but has to save that for the last round instead. So with only a Sheriff for her name, she tries to go in for the peak, but walking too slowly, Capricious expects the angle and turns the score to an 8-3.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, when it comes down to what you mentioned, right, in the last round, you said that RRQ is moving like a bulldozer. Anything of a barrier in their way, they just try and destroy it. But, you know, I see some points and some silver linings for Big SCYHTE, especially for Crescent here. She's been delivering a lot of kills for the team. At the moment, of course, she has 10 kills, but she makes a lot of impact when it comes to the kills. I think now that she has that, it also is a big weight on other members' shoulders for Big SCYHTE. Or Ophelia, she has to have the perfect timing for all of her harbor utility, and even Marsh here with that information. She hasn't been really doing so well with providing that information or creating more actionable things for the team. Like, look at that, she already spent 2 of her guiding lights, but we still don't know if they're pushing forward.
I guess now they do with that Nightfall. Yeah, you were talking about it, and they need to be able to delay them. So thankfully, this toxic screen and now the well-timed snake bite just buys a little bit more time, allows for Crescents to find one. Ayumi whips her blades, and this gives Crescents a bit of room to reload. Cole gets sent down trying to bait out the plant. Doesn't quite go through. Marsh puts down Elise puts out the lockdown. So, Big SCYHTE still in control, but low HP. They get sprayed out by the members from RRQ. Back to a 2-on-1, and Elise is at 9.
One enemy remaining.
Has to kind of fall back, does get the detain, and finds one shot. Alaka now looking for her with the Phantom. Easy burst with a higher fire rate just secures a frag, so we're off to a 9-3 first half.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ is just bulldozing their way here on towards the site, but this time, now that they're on the defense, will they also be a bulldozer and push forward? Well, let's ask the panelists. Mika and Daks, what do you think?
They continue on like this, I certainly think so. I mean, that is exactly what I expected from RRQ Kaguya here, especially since, you know, Alaka might not be on the duelist throne, but she certainly still is acting like it. I mean, you see the stats there, and I feel like it's definitely the style that RRQ definitely have honed here.
Yeah, you can't get rid of the duelist mindset in you, but we've seen this a lot from RRQ Kaguya, where they can find the right timings to be aggressive, find the right situations to actually get in there. And I feel like even though you think, right, for big side, they have this double wall to kind of dissuade RRQ Kaguya still finds a way to find that chaos, and that seems to be the biggest problem right now for big side. Initial setups, initial utility, they can be great, but not only are the antics of RRQ Kaguya with the fade, with KO hampering them, but once they collapse towards the site to go for the retake, their positions aren't as refined as RRQ Kaguya's, and despite some numbers disparities like we saw in the last round, it's still RRQ Kaguya who finds a way to get those takedowns, and that's why we have a commanding lead from them.
Exactly. Like that was exemplified, like as you mentioned, by the previous round, right? You did see Oriofilia was in a prime position, but she did get caught out really, really early. And I feel like, for RQ Kaguya, you can throw as much utility as you want in their faces, but that's not really gonna stop them. That's exactly what I said yesterday as well. Ayumi, Aloka, they're just gonna go through it. I mean, there's a snake bite there, it's okay. It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's all
good. Gonna go through.
I can get new shoes. Don't worry. This green goo isn't gonna be a problem. But also, big props also to Best and Capricious. You're seeing right now in their lineup, they're the more flexible players, that they swap around playing controller, they swap around playing initiator. It really is decided by what map they're playing, but the performance is still there, the firepower is still there. And RQ Kaguya, once everything really clicks together, it really reminds us of a certain roster they came from way back when.
Definitely. Good times, good times. And as we bring it back to our map, we're in for more good times here. Will it be big sides or will it be RQ Kaguya?
Will it be more good times, right, Mika and Dax? That's what we're gonna have to see, and it all starts with this pistol round. Donut. I mean, this composition so far, we've been seeing how strong RQ Kaguya are. Can Big Scythe really find a way to come back on their attacking side?
Well, all they have to do is really organize the chaos that RQ is throwing their way. And like what Mika mentioned, right? Damage against RQ isn't going to be enough. You have to really get those kills against the duelist mindset team of RQ. This time though, Capricious first kill here against Yumori, no duelist. For the team of Big Scythe. And easily here, Iceberg just backs away. Saves that snake bite when it is needed the most.
They're not at the front yet, so we don't have to throw out the snake bite. And without the duelist, you can't do what a Yumi does and then just tailwind into the site. So this is truly a big loss. You're talking about duelist mentality, and RQ still embodies it as they peek out of mid.
Another thing that they should consider is the space that they're taking. Because at the moment, at least, no members of RQ have actually pushed forward, but now they do. They want to go towards the B site, but Alka here is going to be holding a shorty. I'm so excited to see what will happen, but the peek's out. And Marsh gets that kill, but what they don't know is there's a KO waiting for them there in the ball, and there it is. Surprise, surprise, Alka gets a kill.
And she instantly swaps over to a classic in case there's a second player as well. Such great mechanics. It's all up to Elise. Marsh instantly dismissed. And outside of the pillar, she doesn't have much time left.
10 seconds left.
Tries to go in now, but look at the positions they're holding. So safe, so far back, not exposing themselves. Iceberg, a shot through. Alka with the right clicks from screens. Just so much weighing down on all these Big Scythe players that, well, to answer Mika and Dak's question, it's going to be a good time for RQ Kaguya.
And they are having a good time here with how they just play the defense, right? They didn't really show that much of that aggression that we saw from them during the offensive rounds, but now during the defense, they just are, planted. The discipline is also there for RQ Kaguya, and I think that one kill by Alka, putting the spike in such a dangerous spot, was what won them that round. This time though, Ayumi just really placing himself forward just to try and get the early kills. And this is what I think was missing from Big Scythe. because damage is done, but no kills were really, sought after during the defense. And RQ, they're doing so well in terms of taking away the space from BIGG.
Just having that confidence to take up all that space, right? And then falling back if you do get information, but now it's really because they have the guns. They got the first one, but thankfully Yamori taking quick control over B-Link. Now she gets one, but oh my god, punished by Alika with her Marshall. She hears a lot of footsteps up close, so instantly runs away, puts down the fragment, and even throws a 0 point just to check if they are pushing into the site. Toxic screen up by Iceberg. And this is now saved by Alika. She knows they're here. They might have gotten the spike down, but the retake is underway. Turret shot down, and Bess sneaks up from behind. She's here up by defender spawn. Marsh answers back with a shot from the Spectre though. Nanoswarm burned, and that's gonna be Alika. Still trying to go forward. She hops, gets one shot. Caprice just sprays it down. And that's gonna be a double kill to end it all. It's 3-11. RRQ Kaguya picks up yet another.
Yeah, I love what he did there, and Bess just giving the information down to the other members of RRQ. When she peeked out, she knows that one was two falls. That's why I think Capricious was able to just, spray through that wall and get the kill. Marsh there,
one enemy remaining.
Good kill. And even punishing Ayumi there during the first few seconds as they pushed out towards mid, that gave them the space, yes, but it didn't really give them the round. The amount of damage also that Alika was able to do during just throwing in that fragment, as simple as throwing that fragment, and that simple decision to instead of flashing and peeking, and just throwing the fragment, dealing a lot of damage, just really prepped them and leaving BIGG bruised while they're defending that spike.
And that's why you could see that, like, every member from RRQ Kaguya are so, most of them might be like ex-duelists and stuff, Alika especially, but she's adjusted. She's got 14 assists, 15 kills, yes, but these assists just tell you how much that she's done, whether or not it's the 0 point or the flashes, but also that frag just thrown down to buy time and keep herself alive. That's such crucial positioning that the rest of the team used in that retake. So they might have lost 2 players. Ayumi has a Vandal. It's gonna be a question of whether or not BIGG can start mounting a comeback in this round, because it's 3-11. They lose this and it's game over. You're gonna have RQ Kaguya at match point. In the next round, they're gonna have to force by with whatever they can find. Backs against the wall for BIGG, and they're just trying to find space.
Yeah, but take note, they did lose their bonus earlier. Their buy round in RQ. Equipped with Spectres and Marshals, still won that round. Let's see if BIGG has the ability for that comeback mentioned. Hopes and dreams fall down as Yamori pulls out of Spectre. But SCYHTE, hope for the team here, as she also gets the spike.
Our hopes are brought back up. She gets information up from the flank as well. Her turret was dismissed. So she's gonna be watching out for, I believe that's gonna be Bess. Forward with the Ghost. Doesn't quite clear the corner. Yumi still alive with the Vandal. Procs that tailwind and suddenly dashes up on top of another obstacle. Capricious uses this and swings out of all. Elise gotten a quadra, but now all over the A. She tries to get but shut down by Capricious. Picks up a Yumi's Vandal and still swings the other side. Marsh not able to fight back. She gets the kills and the defuse just by shy of a second. RRQ Kaguya has reached match point on their own map pick of Pearl.
Marsh was trying to go big here as well. But SCYHTE, when she was able to string it all together, but against Capricious, she is also a clutch god in her previous teams. Her win rate when it comes to clutches is very high, and when you're against the type of a Capricious player, then it's gonna be hard. The pressure for delivering that ace is gonna be high.
Yeah, I see what you did there, but yes, I mean, she's just that confident with the swing. I don't think SCYHTE expected it and couldn't quite control her aim. So back to it now. This is that force spy we were talking about. Light shields, some bulldogs, but BIGG aren't backing down. Yamori with control over the middle uses the elevation to find a shot on towards Ayumi, who hasn't really been able to perform so far, but this is information for RRQ now. Updrafts up and trying to clear out the back site.
You should
Best
run.
dismisses the Seeker, so this again still is information for BIGG. Lockdown gets planted and then the Nightfall sent as well.
Planted.
They're trying to fight back. RRQ with Capricious at the helm of it all. Best controls A main and Crescents tries to get rid of her, but she is still so pesky. Oreophilia comes to assist, and now she's finally gone. With control over A main, it's going to be easier to hold the spike from this one spot. Fragment comes in to flush Oreophilia out of position though. And then Capricious goes in for the swing. Oh my god, they lined up for her. Elka gets another. And Iceberg sticks the defuse all the way through. It's 13-3. Donut Pearl is gone.
Just when you think that there is hope for BIGG to try and opt for the comeback, Capricious just says, nope, stop right there. I'm gonna get a collateral kill and then burn those dreams away. I mean, Capricious is just really delivering as we said, as I heard also in the panel, right? She's always going to be a duelist for the team, but now she also delivers as the Fade for RRQ Kaguya, and she's looking at how they performed. I think they really provided so much value of their switches and swaps when it comes to the roles, and I'm really looking forward to map number 2 because BIGG they chose this map. What do you think, Quack?
I mean, hopefully that's where we get to dream more for BIGG, right? So, you know what? Our desk will break all of this down. Mika and Daks, what do you guys think?
I thought he was gonna bait us again, Dax. I was waiting for him. Like, what you gonna ask?
I felt like it's a nightmare whenever Quack is the one who tosses it to us.
I know, exactly. But it's definitely not a nightmare at all for RRQ Kaguya. They are definitely looking like they're making it out of this lower bracket so far. Up against BIGG, it's 13-3, I believe. And it's just so difficult for BIGG. Even if they do have Oreophilia on their side.
Yeah, it seems like for BIGG, it just falls apart when we come to those crucial scenarios. Yet again, it ends with players lining on up, players swinging in these awkward angles and getting hit by collaterals, hit by the stellar angles taken by RRQ Kaguya. And RRQ Kaguya is happy to take those kind of gifts. They're a very aggressive roster from what we've seen. They're always in position to come and collect. And as you can see right now, Alaka, of course, when she's on that KO, she's still one of the peskiest players that you have to deal with. Very critical to put RRQ always in a good spot to play aggressively, and she provides that for Ayumi and then takes whatever Ayumi's space makes, and the rest of the roster follows suit.
Yep, as we like to say, duelist is a mindset, right? And that's certainly the case for Aluka. I feel like for RRQ, starting on the attacking side was such a momentum boost for them, right? And once they get the momentum rolling, they don't stop. And that was a big problem for BIGG as well. They couldn't exactly find a way to get into the right position to be able to get an advantage over RRQ, because RRQ, they knew exactly where to go. They knew exactly how to control everything and bully even BIGG here.
Yeah, it's the mindset of being a bit more aggressive here for RRQ. I know we've said it a bunch already, but it's also assisted by the fact that they run this Fade along the way. Just Capricious, already an aggressive player, willing to actually just set things up well. You have that double wall set up, and we've seen this kind of back-to-back basically between the controllers. Whoever's dissuaded more is gonna be the one who falters, and RRQ Kaguya, they're the ones who stand tall, proud, and are willing to go headfirst into the action.
Especially with Aluka here as their MVP, right? I feel like for BIGG, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I did sense a lot of hesitation from the group, and it felt like they weren't exactly comfortable on Pearl. And as we go into their map pick, which will be Ascent, I'm hoping that we do see a lot more confidence from them. I'm hoping that we do see a lot more of like the strategy, the plan Bs come into play here, because it felt like on Pearl they didn't once the first part of the round didn't exactly go their way, they weren't exactly sure what to do, and it was just so easy for RQ Kaguya to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and we've seen in their matchup against Orangutan X when they have strong anchors, especially on defense, as well as a head start because of the initial contact. They look so well together, given the time and given the numbers to actually make that plan B. But in the meantime, when RQ Kaguya is already just taking everything away from them, what is there left to salvage, right?
What is left indeed? It's for RQ Kaguya to close this out with a 2-0, or for Big Size to begin their comeback. We're gonna find out which one it actually is when we return from this very quick break.
One enemy remaining standing. Player standing. My ult is ready. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Don't get in my way.
Down with one enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
I suggest you move. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Last night, now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot. shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Welcome back, ladies, gents, and everybody in between. We are down to what could be our final map for the day because RQ Kaguya, they have taken the first map with ease from Big Scythe. And now as we go into Ascent, don't cry, Dax, it's okay. It's okay. Now as we go into Ascent, there is a lot of pressure here on Big Scythe, especially since this is an elimination match. Okay, now you can cry, Dax.
I just wanted to see what the next map was gonna be. Now you're making me tear on up, but truth be told, this is gonna be a very interesting map pick now, especially for Big Scythe, because we were talking about a while ago, Mika, both RQ Kaguya and Big Scythe faced off against each other in the Swiss stage, and this was the map pick that Big Scythe took away from RQ Kaguya. It was 13-11. It was as close as can be. I think it was a 6-6 half even at the very start. But for Big Scythe, there are a few adjustments that they do on a map like this that isn't really done so as much on other maps that they play. You might see Ophelia not on the controller role anymore, play that Sova instead. And with a map that they're feeling very confident, I think that's where Big Scythe can just find that recovery, right? They do have some of these slow starts. We've seen it in their matchup against Orangutan X, but once they get the ball rolling, they do become very competitive against any team.
Yeah, they definitely do have a lot of experience here on Ascent as compared to, like, say, the earlier map. But I feel like, RQ Kaguya, they are definitely coming in with a lot of confidence. And it's like, experience, sure, but it's more of like, I feel like this is Big Scythe's, like, best bet against RQ Kaguya. But that doesn't exactly mean that they're fantastic or stellar on this map, or that they can't exactly come into this with like full confidence that they will take it. I know that I said that Big Scythe are kind of like a wild card here, but I mean, RQ Kaguya here, they're definitely among the top 3 teams here at Open 2. They don't actually have their eyes, like they have their eyes on making it out of the lower bracket and going for Team SMG at this point. And Big Scythe is just one of the many teams in their way.
Yeah, it's recovery here for RQ Kaguya. And sometimes when you're a wild card like Big Scythe, you have your highs, you have your lows, and they're going to need to bring out the highs here just to perform against RRQ. On the other hand, though, we go back to RRQ, and in a map like this, I do believe we're going to get a bit of a rotation. We've seen from RQ Kaguya that they do sub out both Icebergs and Nabsky now to fit in whatever role player that they need here, which is a little bit different from the usual core that they've had from way before. And instead, it's players like Bess, players like Capricious that we mentioned, that do shift their roles just to fit the roster that RRQ wants in the first place. But one thing that has been stable really all throughout the run this open is a Yuumi on the Jet as much as possible. Back then, we would see some shifts between a Yuumi and Aluka. There was, of course, both of them are incredible at it, but having a bit more consistency right now from top to bottom here for RRQ Kaguya, because they're having these active roster rotations, will at least cushion the blow, right? You get what I'm trying to say here, Mika, because there's so many shifts right now. RRQ need a few rocks just to hold things together, and I think that's why they're having this kind of setup to begin with.
Yeah, they actually just need to, hunker down a bit and just wait for BIGG to play into what they have. I'm a massive fan of their double duelist setup, like as we saw yesterday. But here on Ascent, I feel like they don't need anything flashy. They don't need any surprises. They don't need any gimmicks here. This map is totally theirs if they can just manage to just make BIGG. The experience unfortunately does show, or like the lack of synergy does show rather here, as we saw in Pearl. It's not there quite yet, right? But for RQ Kaguya, it definitely is.
Yeah, and if you see for BIGG, there are players that have performed so far. SCYHTE, we've noticed her to be that new addition for BIGG. She's been a big boon to this roster, just bringing in a lot of damage from the backline, just like Aruma used to do back in Open 1. And of course, Crescent's also stepping up even more. So when there are players like Emori and Oreo struggling, there's still possibility here for BIGG because they don't just rely on their big-time players doing big-time things. They're a squad for good reason. They stuck around for good reason too. And that's the real capacity of BIGG because you look at them and they really play as a unit when they perform well.
It's really, a big challenge for BIGG, especially since they are playing under a lot of pressure right now. This is an elimination match. This could be their final match, so they really do have to give it their all. Ascent is their best bet, yes, but I feel like for RQ Kaguya, it's not a map that they don't do well on. So I'm expecting a lot more firepower as well here for RQ Kaguya, especially since, as you mentioned, they have their eyes on getting back into that upper bracket against or getting to grand finals rather against Team SMG, and they're just ready to bulldoze their way through. And it's just so difficult for BIGG, especially since you have Oreophilia there, you have that that veteran on their side who knows these players so well. And I can feel that maybe if she has more time, perhaps for Open 3, we can expect BIGG to come on back a little bit better.
Yeah, knowledge is something else though here, Mika. And I wonder if BIGG can figure out the configuration here of RRQ. But for now, ladies and gents, we're going to be taking a quick little break. And when we return, it will be that second map between RRQ Kaguya as well as BIGG.
Welcome back, guys, to Game Changers APAC Open 2, and we are down to what could potentially be our last map. We just had a little bit of a break, but we are back into it. RQ Kaguya versus BIGG in our first elimination match, and this could be it for BIGG unless they do want that comeback. We are heading into Ascent, and Daks, as we were talking about earlier, it could go either way. Yes, BIGG chose this map, but RQ Kaguya, they're not exactly terrible at this map either.
Yeah, I mean, close margins, right? Back at the Swiss stage, 2 rounds the gap, 13-11 in favor of BIGG. That's what gives them the confidence to pick this map yet again. But RQ Kaguya, they were just so dominant a while ago on Pearl. And if they can keep up with that momentum, that's exactly what will bring them to the next round. And you mentioned it, Mika, elimination match. We'll be saying goodbye to one of these teams today. And BIGG is 1 map loss away from being that situation. Can they dig deep though and come on back? Will we see some big performances from players like Oriofilia, players like Yamori, because they're going to be needed here for BIGG just to stand toe-to-toe with the high-octane action RQ Kaguya is bringing to us.
I mean, looking at the previous time these guys faced off on Ascent, which actually wasn't too long ago, it was in the Swiss stages, the score was very, very close. It was 13-11 here. And I don't think you can, RQ Kaguya is going to let BIGG get away with that again this time around, especially since, as we mentioned, it's an elimination match. There's a whole other kind of pressure that comes into it when your tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, RQ Kaguya, they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder on a map like this. Their loss against Orangutan X have made them rethink their plans on Ascent. Yes, it's pretty much the same composition that they've run for so very long, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that KO yet again as per usual. But I'm looking to see who is actually playing right now, and as you can notice, it's Namsky into the roster here for the side of RQ Kaguya, replacing Iceberg from the previous map. It's been their rotation so far in this open, but RRQ changed things up here, Mika. And we were expecting the KO comp that BIGG was running for a mirror. Instead, we get Breach and Fade together.
With the KO as well, triple initiator here, and no sentinel here on Ascent. Meanwhile, on the side of BIGG, no surprises here. They want something that is tried, tested, and true, right? RQ Kaguya though, what are you up to here? I'm definitely excited to see Ayumi back, on the jet as usual. But this triple initiator setup, I'm excited by it, but I'm also like, oh my gosh, what are you guys doing? And are you guys sure? Or do they want to take this to map 3? I'm not sure. But BIGG, it seems like if they just stay with what is stable and, what they know, this, I feel like with RQ Kaguya, this could, lead to some potential mistakes unless they have a really strong game plan.
Yeah, they're going to be very oppressive on the main angles, especially if we see BIGG be a bit too aggressive. That's when RQ Kaguya can strike. But beyond that, some of the step-up roles here for BIGG, you see it, the Sova on Oriofilia. I'm waiting to see what BIGG has in store for us.
Well, don't need to wait too long because we can throw it over to our casters to get into Ascent, our second map of the day. Casters, take it away.
Well, like a panelist talked about, is consistency going to be key, or does that composition just kind of change everything? They were talking about it. 13-11 was the last time that they played on this map. RQ has a chip on their shoulder, and they are bringing that chip to a whole new level. This is now, I don't know, Donut. Fade and Breach on Ascent. And a
Plus
KO.
the KO. Yeah. I mean, with that triple initiator composition, I think it can offer them a lot. Probably they did a VOD review of their match during the Swiss stages, and they realized that they were lacking some information, right? Initially, it was just the Sova and... Sorry, it was just the KO that they used, Sova and KO, but this time they wanted to change it up. Probably they wanted to be more aggressive against BIGG very calm and collected type of gameplay here in the map of Ascent. We see some, and I think they wanted to just really bring in the chaos, just like how they played in the map of Pearl, bringing in the chaos with the Breach, the Fade, and everything all together. I think that's a good combination to try and counter BIGG's win here in Ascent.
And I just want to point out, this is also the first time that we're seeing Namsky play Fade, because she's usually on the Sentinel role on agents like Killjoy, Cypher, but now a little bit different. The entire team holds back. They got the information, and Ayumi instantly picked outside of tiles. Elise is gone. Yamori answers back though, and that's the jet diff. Alka still able to hold up by tree. Pop flash outside of the dark cover. Just trying to fend them off. They're trying to make their way through, not able to pass through safely. As Nabsky answers back, it's the classic again, swaps it over for a ghost. Pistol round won by RRQ.
Yeah, that's the good thing about that composition, right? Through the smoke, you can just throw in that haunt, and then the silhouette of the body just gives you information where they are, and even that follow through with a prowler, as it is gonna pounce on you immediately. You know, a barrage of all of the bullets come through, and RRQ get the win. Although, of course, Yamori was able to take down that aggression of Ayumi, it still wasn't enough. Ayumi is still here in mid, just keeping her position, and nobody's gonna stop me until I get the kill.
Let's look at an instant confirmation. Now super aggressive for Ayumi. Vandal bought up, and she's going for those frags. Picked on by tiles. There's another player still stuck up on the other side. The entire team behind her as well. They just shred through all of these big side players as they try to gain control over mid, a part of the map which should rather be theirs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, I think I see the reason why they chose that initiator pick, at least 3 for our Kagura. It was the stuns of Capricious just really right smack in the middle of where they were standing, even the fragment for Alaka to try and stop them from pushing so that they will gain that space in mid. And I think that's how they would want to play this, right? Slow and steady, throw in that ability, and then gain that control. Look at that dash in, Ayumi! Not stopping at all, getting the triple kill, even the 4th one. SCYHTE is behind the box. Is she gonna get the ace? No. So SCYHTE answers back with her own. Nabsky was just gonna shut her down.
Well, I mean, what a way to start off and to collect on that bonus. Just instantly into the corner, non-stop strafing to the right, and with a pop flash from Alka as well. Such a well-timed lineup, and everyone from Big Side got completely blinded. SCYHTE was the only one, even tried to resend her crosshair back for the 3rd frag, but because of Napsky's Spectre, the recall shot up way too much. Aim punch to heavens. It's gonna be round number 4, and we start things off with a pick from Ayumi. No way you peek outside of top mid again.
Yeah, I loved with how she moves in the map. She always knows. She appears to know what she's doing. You know that dash in when she did to the side and she expected somebody to be there? She already pre-aimed. She was ready. Even with this operator kill, she anticipated a quick peek out from Yamori and she gets the kill.
I'll tell you that much, this is going to be very different from the time that they played in the stage. It was 13-11, and round 3 was collected on by Big Scythe, but now with the bonus gone over to RQ, with the 3rd frag going over to RQ as well. Yeah. There are only 2 players left,
One enemy
and they
remaining.
are very likely going to be winning this one. SCYHTE's trying to stay alive with a shadow for the dream. She fires back, dismisses the prowler, tries to watch for the next angle, but Ayumi is up by defender spawn. I am very, very scared, Donut. SCYHTE's like just a tiny peek, a shoulder, and that's all that Ayumi needs. A triple kill in the round and still holding on to those blades. It's a 4-0, perfect start for RQ.
Yeah, I mean, when Ayumi is holding that operator, she should really get scared about that. I mean, the first kill here, the jump peek, quick to pull the trigger, even for this one, very methodical reposition towards B main. And then the last one here, a slow peek from SCYHTE is gonna punish her. Now an immediate timeout for Big Scythe, because I think this is also what happened to them in the map of Pearl. After RQ did string in a couple of rounds, they want to really halt everything first. Let's take a deep breath, take a pause, and reassess, right? And I think this is where they should apply their learnings from the map of Pearl, wherein they have to reorganize that chaos that RRQ is bringing to them. And given Pearl, right, they don't want to give that away. And how do they counter the triple initiator composition of RRQ, which really rewards them each and every round?
It's something that you really have to be aware of, and how RQ Kaguya are really confident in finding these duels right now as soon as the barriers drop, right? For Big Scythe, you know, maybe it's just tapping on that pause button. Have we gone too fast in the previous rounds? Because we see how aggressive RQ Kaguya can be. Perhaps a default hold at the start for just the initial 30 seconds might give us a little bit more room. But now, Prowlers, flashes, a Yuumi peeking outside of B main. I'm hoping that Big Scythe is aware of this. The C's, just a bit of a warning as well. They're still around this area outside of tiles and B lobby, though. There are so many warning signs right now.
Yeah, but they do want to slow down. They're just keeping their bodies close to tiles just to avoid that. But oh, hello, Ayumi's here, takes down Crescents, and she peeks out again.
Wow.
She is blinded though.
Well, I can admire this fight that Big Scythe has in them. They want to take that shot against Ayumi. The paranoia instantly sent out. They get a bit more space up around B main, but you can see the positioning. The blade storm being popped. All they have to do is to fall back for a tiny second, trying to make sure that they can't get their way safely onto site. Ayumi updrafts upwards, tries to get a second one, not quite there yet. Oreophilia answers back. SCYHTE trying to hold down B main, but the entire squad has already made their way onto the site itself. It's going to be Alika doing what she can from defender spawn. 2 players remaining, and they manage to stick the spike down. Alika, what do you have? A flashpoint, but not quite able to toss it out as Oreophilia holds the angle up from the stairs. Big Scythe off the timeout. They get a round win.
This is what we want to see from Oreophilia, right? Initially, the desk really set a lot of expectations for her. She knows her opponents. She has been teammates with them before, and she is the big brain behind Big Scythe. So now she does deliver at least the 2 kills as she pushed in the B site, and the final blow towards Alika, I think, is really what sealed the deal. Now they have to continue this. They have to be slow. Them pushing that operator of Ayumi was, I mean, it took a lot of courage for them to do so, but it's really effective for them.
I really like the courage, but they gotta be a little bit calculative about how they want to do this. The first pick already gone off, and that's Marsh, your controller. No smokes for the rest of the round. You can't cover up entrances, and all of these angles are just being held by RQ's players. Napsky might have taken a tag, but this is again information for the team. The spike might be towards top mid, but Ayumi's there watching those angles up by A main. So RQ Kaguya has all their bases covered, and just bearing in mind again, although Big Scythe won the previous round, this is an elimination match. They need more than just one if they are to take this to a map 3.
You are slow here, and towards the small cubby is Alika tucked in. She's tempted to peek out, but the timing has to be perfect. She throws in the flash and the fragment as well to try and slow them down. Flashes come in too, but it's just really to get away.
It's just such impressive utility usage. Burns down the timer to about 15 seconds, and still the entire team turning this one tree area into a choke point. SCYHTE tries to go for some wallbang, but lo and behold, nobody's on the other side, and Ayumi's playing safe, trying to hold on to the operator. Alika getting the 3rd frag in the round, and this entire area was just hers to hold.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the amount of time that she was able to buy down A, but it wasn't really bought for herself. She was able to reposition, yes, but that time allowed the members of RQ to have already rotated on the site. So even if she was taken down, I mean, the members of RQ Kaguya, they would be ready and just waiting for them, like a cavalry there in the A site. So I loved how Alika played that round. It provided them a lot of impact, and not allowing Big Scythe to get another round in their favor, I guess.
Yeah, it's that idea of momentum again, don't it? And RQ has it in full. You're talking about the cavalry, and that's really the entire squad. So fast, so quick to respond. Big Scythe. You need your Mori to be a consistent fragger, and she's trying to open up these sites. She's managed to come up with a bit of space, but look at the C's. Just well timed from Napsky. Again, the cavalry is here. And Capricious and Napsky able to find a couple. The trades go through as well, though, as there are a couple of players outside of B main still. They were halted with their advances because of that utility from Alaka. So now, Spike's still in hand. We're just gonna use the From the Shadows, get ourselves over onto the A site. Spike planted. We managed to give ourselves a little bit of a bonus in economy. Can we still win out this 2-on-2 though? That's the question. Oreophilia has to make a quick move, because if she's too slow, she has a Vandal. If Marsh is gone, that could be the Spike defused. Marsh tries to keep herself hidden,
remaining.
but unfortunately gets found out by Bess. Oreophilia appears outside on the top of heaven, but can't quite land the shots. Oh gosh. The burst just wasn't there. Bess somehow able to sidestep across all of it. Gives herself the defuse, and that's just gonna be another round for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, Oreophilia separated from Marsh was really what lost them that round. It was a good use of that ultimate from the shadows, try to have a safe plant there in B, but because she wasn't as quick when it comes to the rotations, then RRQ already had a sight for themselves, and given that quick reaction from Best to looking at A main back to A heaven, that's just some. I think what RRQ has the edge here is really how fast they are in terms of thinking, how fast they are in terms of rotations, and how fast they are when it comes to the responses against what Big Scythe is throwing at them.
It's just again so quick. Napsky, first point of contact, but then the trade comes through. Capricious is just waiting on the other side. I'm not sure if her judge has been sounded off yet, but now surely it has. A shot to the head, and Yamori entirely engulfed in those bullets, those shells. Big Scythe not quite able to push on through, and RQ has managed to put up this wall, and they fall back onto the site. The rest of the squad just waiting out for that aftershock as well. Reaggressing still into B main. Yumi's waiting on the other side with the operator, and bang! One player remaining. SCYHTE not quite able to do it all. A second shot from Ayumi ends it, and that is now 7-1 for RRQ.
I mean, Ayumi's been holding on to this operator ever since. I mean, she could have won a new one, but she's been using that operator and delivering kills. Each time one peeks out, and even if she dashes away, she still gets that fadeaway shot. I mean, that's so beautiful showing for RRQ, especially with Ayumi. Look at her KDA. She is 13-4 at the moment. Even if she holds these very peculiar angles, she still delivers the kill.
It's because of these angles. I guess Big Scythe really just doesn't expect it. The turret place, though, and the shot being sounded off, does inform them that we probably don't want to peek out of top mid. So we're going to leave SCYHTE there on a lurk. The rest of the team trying to break their way throughout A main. If they can take Best down, they will have a sight, and that is what they need right now, desperately. They managed to take her down, that's good. But here comes Ayumi from the top of heaven. Napsky able to find a shot as well, and Crescent answers back with a trade. All of the utility going to the top of heaven just to push Ayumi back. She's managed to swap her operator for a Vandal now, so slightly better chances. Alaka coming up with a flank through A main. A pop flash through, and SCYHTE's managing to click at the right time. That's Alaka gone. Now all they have to be concerned about is the players dropping outside of heaven. Capricious, judge in hand, doesn't have the range. Managed to go for a flash, but that's all she can do. Big Scythe. With this hit onto Best, they managed to claim the A site and a second round win.
Yeah, the decision of Big Scythe to just push forward and B, even if there were flanks and SCYHTE just holding down and ensuring there is no further push from Alaka, was just something that they they decided on quickly. I think I mentioned this before, that one of the things that BIGG really had to improve on would be their quick thinking. Mid-round, early in the round, and that's what they delivered. I think one of the things also that RRQ fell short with for that specific round was Alloca's utility. There was no Molly to use. Yumi here, and delivering the kills. One for each. You get a kill. Ayumi gets a kill. Everybody gets a kill.
Everybody. you were talking about the mid-rounding, Donut, but I guess there is no mid-round to kind of adapt around if you just go out for the opening picks that way, despite being on the defensive side. And that's something that Ayumi is so well known to do. Capricious able to support Nevsky as the nightfall goes out. Oreophilia just trying to keep herself alive, but here comes the updraft. A downward shot and Oreophilia's head gone.
It all started with those 2 kills that RRQ was able to get there towards a lobby, and then everything fell down for BIGG already. I mean, Oreophilia did try her best to make her way towards the site, but if you're going to be against Ayumi and her mobility, it's not going to be enough. She's already increased her kills ever since we pointed it out, now at 16 and 5. And against BIGG, they haven't really actively sought all of those skills. Like when it comes to the first blood, it's usually RRQ delivering it. They peek out, they actively do so, and they're not even afraid to get peeked out by either Yamori or by Crescents. They just know that they're gonna win the duels.
You should run.
Very confident and very tough for BIGG to find those 4v5 to round win conversions. We're gonna bank on it though this time. It's a full-on 5-on-5, and with the lockdown in hand, they're trying to go all the way through. They managed to do it. Crescents watching the angle up by Logs. Yamori dashing straight onto the site. It's gonna be those players instantly dismissed. 3-on-5 retake. Can RRQ do this? They're gonna be detained for a second thanks to that 0 point from Crescents once more. Further information, and now Ayumi tries to turn things around. She's getting a wallbang though. SCYHTE all the way inside of B-main. And now all that's left are the final 2 angles. Market as well as the Defender spawn. Best tries to fight back with a Phantom, but SCYHTE gets the final shot. 3-round wins for BIGG now, and this is not over yet.
Yep, it's not yet over. And the use of that lockdown there for BIGG was what won them that round. SCYHTE just putting it down at the right moment, and Yamori choosing to actually dash towards the site instead of lane because she knows that that could be, you know, dangerous territory.
It's one of those things that gives the team so much space, and at the same time, so smart of the rest of them to watch for that Logs position. Last round of the first half now, and Ayumi back on the operator. This time switching positions up to a short position that was best played by Alloca. Doesn't quite see anyone there yet though, and that's going to be now BIGG slowly peeking their heads over. Ayumi hides from the drone. Crescent sneaks up and spots her out though. But here comes the trade from Alloca. Once more, mid-under contest. And we see if these players can find ways to convert the round.
Ayumi was able to at least dodge the drone, but you can't dodge the bullets of Crescents. I mean, there was an instant trade there by Alloca. Now there's no KO. But Nabsky here just repositions, and I love that she repositions there. You know that it's a sentinel type of thinking if you wanna, you know, reposition there.
Wow.
And her quick jump away to Yamori is there for Daks.
Oh.
Whoa! She jumps out
player
to kill,
standing.
and Capricious
Spike
delivers
down
one.
B.
Yeah, just instantly trading for her teammate, Marsh.
One enemy
Just
remaining.
getting that other frag. We turn things into a 1-on-2. Make that a 1-on-1 as Oreophilia finds yet another.
Left.
She's running out of time though, 10 seconds remaining. And despite Capricious being down to 11 HP, she's just able to keep that spike under her purview, sneaking all the way around Canoe. What? Oh no, Oreophilia not able to hop
Switching
upwards. We end this first half 9-3.
That last round was amazing. Imagine just a loose bullet just shot through that wall, then it could have been their round, but nope, it went RQ's favor, and now we're down 9-3. Let's see what the panelists will say. Do they believe in the 9-3 curse?
I don't know. It kind of depends, I think, on who's casting. But that last round must have been so frustrating for Big Scythe, especially since it was down to Oreophilia. But I feel like there's so many rounds that went that way. That was so close, and it's just like a little bit of that hesitation once again, or that the positioning for RQ was also just so on point. I mean, Nabsky in that last round was just a prime example of how it was.
Look, it feels like that story, that half, is a tale of 3 different thirds. The first third, RQ Kaguya's way, very oppressive with a triple initiator. You could see from every single one of them, as soon as they throw down that utility, it's just such a struggle for Big Side. Then the second third, the operator, of course, was out. Ayumi was in command, and just rounds absolutely defined by her. But by the third of that first half, Mika, you could see that Big Side had a few more of those answers. They could get in position, they could sneak their way past the initial utility courtesy of RQ Kaguya, and when they struck, it was convincing to make their way towards the site. Just unfortunate in that last round, right, where they lost a spike along the way and they couldn't retrieve it near the end.
Yeah, they managed to catch or kind of like break the rhythm of RQ Kaguya, right? But I feel like they were kind of like getting into their own heads a little bit once they started doing that. Maybe the pressure started getting to them. Maybe it was just like, RQ Kaguya probably also had a little bit more of that intimidation coming in, especially now that the rounds are going to, now that the halves are going to switch, and now it's back to 0-4, or like these two teams have to restart as they step into the second half. It's going to be difficult for Big Scythe to try and get that moral momentum in their favor, but we're going to see if they can do just that as we toss it on over to our casters.
Now let's see if that momentum can be swung back, and maybe if we can get ourselves out of our heads, because this is that 9-3. The pistol round is so crucial for Big Scythe as we start the second half, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, during the first, we would always refer back to their Swiss stage match in Ascent, right? They finished a 66, but this time, with RQ starting off on the defense, it seemed as if that they're really stronger on the defense. But now that they have the triple initiator, let's see how they will use all of those utilities. Will they actively seek that information, or will they just really pause and take their time and then provide that element of surprise with all of the prowlers, the C's, and even the haunts from Nabsky? It's how they use it, right? And it's about how Big is able to swing back that momentum.
Certainly they're trying to work around the information that they already have up by bottom mid. But at the same time, you were talking about mid-rounding before, and that's something that RQ has so many options to do with. Now that they have the entire squad alive. Smoking off tree, the rest of them trying to make their way through. Crescent's, because she's suppressed, she can't throw down a fragment, unlike what Alika did before. So it comes down to the site, and that's going to be Marsh hiding inside of her own dark cover, trying to anchor it down. Right click is all that she can get, and 2 players gone from Big. It's going to be a big trouble if they can't find this retake. RQ though, look at how they're watching these both plant positions. A secondary dark cover just blocks off this one more position. Oreophilia trying to find a blind shot, but it doesn't quite connect onto anyone. A little bit of a gap on the other side, but it's still being watched under Spez's careful eye. A sudden swing, and Oreophilia tries to fight back. They're still holding it by Generator though, but with the drop from Sky Elise off the top of heaven, they take them down, and Big Scythe fights to live another day.
They didn't have the numbers advantage, but they took it anyway. They said numbers don't really matter if you do it well. And what they did was they waited until the last minute to strike. They got the
one enemy remaining,
leading the charge, and as as SCYHTE was jumping down from heaven, they were all brought down with her. And I loved how BIGG was just able to do everything in just a snap. And everybody else from RQ just, disintegrated into another round. And this time, I think this is now the start of something new, what you expected. The momentum, getting the pistol round, probably getting the second two because of their buys. But let's see if RQ is able to just give this to BIGG.
It is possible. The last time that these two played, they ended off the first half 6-6, but BIGG on their defensive side is where things really turned around. They managed to find the 7 more rounds to close out the map because of their defense, because of how they play these positions and how they're able to turn things around. But at the same time, you got to think RQ has a different composition now, and with these initiators perhaps trying to play them like pseudo duelists, they could be able to turn things around as well. We've got a Yuumi and Alka on sheriffs. They are looking for some picks. BIGG aren't really giving them the angles though, given how far back they're playing. Alka just trying to explore and prod towards Yamori's position, does manage to buy her attention for a second. Now the rest of the team able to collapse in through. They did not quite check the outside of the dark cover. So SCYHTE will spraying forward. So many of them banged up. Alka able to sneak her way through. She picks up one of those bulldogs. And she's got one flashpoint to work with as well. Spike not with her though. That's why the timer is running out. Oreophilia just trying to watch those angles, trying to make sure that the round ends with this kill. The third frag in the round for this girl, and BIGG at a 5-9.
There was no more time to plant down the spike, but Alka did her best to be able to at least punish that economy of BIGG. They were left with one Spectre and a Bulldog, but the rest they had to make do with just frenzies, a sheriff. They would need more than enough for the next round. If and when RQ Kagura wins this round, it's gonna be another big lead for BIGG to try and climb. And RQ, when it comes to the attacking rounds, they haven't really been able to at least try and get the first few kills. It's always BIGG getting the first bloods. And BIGG, as you mentioned, they're looking better and solid here in the defense, positions-wise, utility-wise, and even, holding down the angles and getting the kills.
Talking about the first pick on it, and this time it goes to the way of RQ, but look at how Marsh controls the site. A stinger, CQB, she dances in and out of her dark cover, allows for Oreophilia to come in more trades, and that leaves Alka as the last one left. Swaps to the side of Crescents with the frenzy, just feeds on the bodies and the corpses of the players on the site. 6-9, BIGG answers back with the bonus round win of their own.
Yeah, Marsh has been doing so well with using her own dark cover and then just playing around in it and trying to get the kills. And who would really think that a stinger hiding behind that smoke will actually be your demise for Team RQ? Just mind you, that was their whole buy. All that BIGG had was a stinger, a Spectre and then a Bulldog, but they made it happen just because of how they used their utility and how Marsh danced around that site, getting all of the kills.
Yeah, it's such a big brain dark cover just to place it on the site itself rather than, maybe toss it towards where the door could be or just covering a main, right? It's very quick, it's very fast, and something that RQ Kagura didn't quite expect. So now off of that loss, they're calling a timeout. Maybe A site isn't quite the answer now, because they've tried to go to this one spot for the past couple of rounds and it doesn't really work out. When they tried to go in towards B, they weren't quite able to get the spike planted, but that was just because they had pistols against BIGG Spectres. So maybe a slightly different approach. Maybe if we just disable Marsh, and we will be able to get a site.
Never going out.
Probably that's going to be something that they plan to do here. Marsh took a peek here on a main, but she immediately just backs away. At least gives that information though to members. That's why Yamori's just Waiting here. Rotations come in, and given all of the killjoy utilities laid out here in the B site, it might be a challenge for RRQ as they push forward.
Prowler to clear a cubby, but you're talking about those utilities, Donut. It's a lot of utility and a lot of players on this B site. This does not look safe. Look at how Crescent is just waiting to send out that pop flash. Yamori with an operator of her own now, as opposed to engage her before. Pop flash through a sudden timed shot,
Spike
and
down,
that's going to
B.
be 3 players locked.
Player standing.
4 if you count 1 from RQ, but even with the Yumi sneaked up in towards Market, she cannot dash out. SCYHTE, the final shot to her head, and BIGG are on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, when you said and pointed out that they're very prepared for the defense, I did not expect stringing 4 rounds straight at the start of the second half. In RRQ, initially they had a commanding lead. Now they don't. I mean, the gap is too narrow now for them, and they don't have to be complacent. They still have a 2-point lead, but I don't think it's going to be enough given how BIGG is playing this. They have these setups, they have these sly, quick flashes from the KO. Now RQ, they respond with should be.
Yeah, when all is lost, just rush B, I suppose. Yamori still so daring. Outside of dark cover, finds one pick as they try to go down lane. So we're gonna have Best outside of Lumber, waiting for her to peek out again. Hunter's free from Orphelia, trying to clear out some of the more common positions, but it doesn't quite connect her to anyone. So now as soon as they peek out, it's up to Best, and she lands the spray. Natsuki here to assist as well. Swapping over to sidearm, gets a dig, but not the frag. Crescent stays alive, and that brings us to a 3-on-2. Alika just trying to hold them at bay. Yumi peeks out with a judge, though. Can't quite get the lockdown off. So it's just down to this one little corner, but Alika holds the spray. Oh my god, a triple kill, and she keeps the round alive. RRQ wins it to 10-7 because of this one position.
She held on to that thin string, and she pulled it away from BIGG site. That was already the lockdown invested. It was a 1v3, but that small pocket saved her for that round and saved them from making the scoreline even. And RRQ, they're just delivering all of these flashy plays, and Alka just rises to the occasion. We want to see more of those clutches.
I just can't believe that happened. And sometimes you have everything going right in the book, tactically speaking, but then players like Alika still manage to come out of it mechanically. Marsh now trying to do something similar. She's inside of Wine. She's got the paranoia set up, and possibly for her teammate SCYHTE to peek out along with it. RRQ, though, sensing that information, they're just going to back themselves out of it slowly. And we're back to exploring the map towards mid.
Yeah, they just really wanted to get all of those orbs, and they send out 3 people to do so that they're successful. And now they push up towards mid. Cloudburst to try and give them cover, but damage is done.
And this time, you're talking about damage. It's just gonna be RRQ still pressing forward. They're pressing it where it hurts. Alka, despite being left on the lurk, does get sussed out. The timings are a little bit all twisted now because RRQ's managed to set themselves up on this site. Spike planted and post-plant positions locked. Look at this crossfire. Logs as well as outside of the door. Anyone that peeks through, if you don't have utility set up, you're going to be in trouble. A big spray from Capricious, and the final one left. She swaps to the sidearm, bailed out by Bess, and this is RRQ 11-7. Has BIGG lost too many rounds in the first half for themselves to come back?
Yeah, or at least Capricious was just really at the right place at the right time. Saving grace for that round, together with Alika, was able to, pin down one in the middle. But the saving grace was really, if you were best, you're already paranoid, you can't see anything, and good thing Capricious was there. He didn't give anything away, no information at all for Big Sight to work it with. That's why these slide positions with Capricious just really aiming down at them and getting the kills. Now the timeout for Big Sight has come in, because even if they did win 4 rounds in a row, RRQ, they are built on momentum. They have to be able to stop this, think of a way on how to counter this, and at the same time, maximize what they can with Yomori's Bladestorm and the From the Shadows from Marsh.
That's right. There's a chance for them to maybe go aggressive on some of these rounds. 4 rounds in a row are great, but we need so much more. That's what I was thinking about, given how the scoreline looks right now. RQ Kaguya, sometimes the rushes just work that great, and this time it's not just a blind rush as well, with the way that they actually go in with microaggression, just pushing forward a little bit, expecting the pop flash or plays inside of smokes from Big Scythe. They managed to dismiss Crescent straight away. So it's going to be the right call with this one play outside of A main. Yomori does dash up, but that recon bolt doesn't find anyone outside of the lobby. In fact, it's best kind of trying to expect that play, just holding from this elevated angle outside of attacker spawn. Doesn't spot anyone though, so still question remains. The rest of the team headed towards B. Big Scythe seems to have read this.
They do. And that's why they're playing
Face
back.
your fear!
There is that Nightfall, and as well as that Rolling Thunder. All they have to do is really push forward, find the timing. Now Ayumi has taken over the site.
Yeah, that one fault line from Capricious just holds them at bay. So good. Pop flash through it. Ayumi, wow, gets totally blinded. You do have a Rolling Thunder though, and it hasn't been popped just yet. 3 agents suppressed, and that is the reason why Crescent's doing her job as the KO. Natsuki tries to fight back outside the stairs, but she hears all the footsteps from lane, and it's all down to Alka. Can't quite answer back. She's stuck in a reload. SCYHTE gets the final kill, and despite being low HP, with all the right reads and the right plays from Crescent, Big Scythe finds another round.
Yeah, that was a great round for Big Scythe, just waiting for them to use all of the ultimates and then push forward and use that 0 point to try and contain whatever RRQ Kaguya had ready for the post plant. But, it was down to Alaka. She did a 1v3 clutch earlier, but that's a tall order against Big Scythe, and how they played that and how they swarmed in towards the B side. That was something that she couldn't really control, especially in that situation. This time, in terms of that attack, they used both the Nightfall and as well as the Rolling Thunder. But, oh sorry, the Rolling Thunder could be used for this round, but let's see how they use it, because it's going to be the A site.
And smart way to stop that B rush, but now we're back to the A site. Remember how good Marsh was with her dark cover plays here? Just anchoring down the site, hiding inside of her own smoke, in and out of them. Can she do the same thing? Well, apparently not. She's been tossed up by that Rolling Thunder, and she's been spotted as well. Yomori trying to keep her alive, though doesn't quite work out. Only for a second. Ayumi able to answer back. We're on to an even footing, except for Bess, who is down at 2 HP. Spike, gotta kind of stick it. A pop flash through. Ayumi tries to hold the angle, watches it. 1 headshot, 2! It's SCYHTE with a double kill of her own. Ever so sharp on the anchoring in the final moments. Big Scythe, they're back to a 9-11.
Alarm bot out.
And SCYHTE, what they did there, and just pushed forward, it's because Bess had them from the shadows ready. She could have teleported away, but they didn't want to do it, so they caught them off guard, and SCYHTE's just mowing them down on the site. And I love how Big Scythe is now striking back. They don't let RRQ just take and claim the site. They give them a little bit of a challenge first, and then when it all boils down to the 2v2, they play together. And just like how it's expected from Big Scythe, like a team play type of play style, is really shown there. That previous round is a testament to it.
You really see all those positions, right? Yomori holding out by A short again. They're trying to anticipate the same push from RQ, but this time, given the guns, RQ are actually taking this a lot more slowly than before. Yumi does have the Blade Storm, but how she uses it is going to be a whole other story. Maybe a bit of a double updraft or a sudden dash into a site somewhere. But they have to time it carefully, all right? All the utility has to be there to support her, and given how BIGG are reading this, a 3-player stacked up on A, Donut, this might not be good.
Not good especially if Ayumi doesn't get a Blade Storm, but she doesn't. She misses out on the dives, and Yamori and Marsh just hiding behind the boxes. Remaining. They deliver the kills, and it's all down to Bess, all alone. She wants to be able to get the kills. Sly about it, but Julia has a good idea.
And with that, 2 points away from her ultimate now. BIGG. What a comeback. We are down to 11 and 10. This could very well be their map if they are able to string 3 more rounds together in a row. Of course, though, RQ Kaguya, they get to buy up this round off of that save, and a little bit weird seeing a Yumi whiff on those Blade Storm, those blades. I mean, her teammates got the fault line and everything, and still somehow not quite able to land it. So good job by BIGG for being able to hold that down. Now reading it though, Napsky shooting out that 0 point makes a little bit of noise outside of B main. Marsh still jiggle peeking outside of A as well, just trying to get information, but look at how RQ are playing around this, waiting for the dark cover to dissipate. And how they make their move. Peeking together. Marsh senses it, backs off completely.
All RQ wants to do is to really claim that orb, collect it for Alaka, but she's far away from completing her ultimate, and all they have is from the Shadows of Bess, which they haven't really utilized at all in the past 4 or 5 rounds. But maybe they're waiting for the right moment to do so. Yumi just dashes in towards the site. They see the foot, and Capricious seals the deal.
Well, BIGG are going to be able to see them as well, thanks to Ophelia and her Recon Bolt. Yamori is able to do a little bit of damage. Not until RRQ trades back and gets the spike planted. SCYHTE, she's in position to place her lockdown. She will best. How are you going to time this? Peaks all of a sudden, and SCYHTE anticipated it in full. The entire squad from BIGG just fire back together, and that's the teamwork that you were talking about, Donut. So smart, so good, and they bring us to an 11 and 11.
BIGG, they're running for it. They said that they've done it before, and then we'll do it again in the same map. We might have adjusted with a triple initiator composition, but our team play here today will still stand strong. And SCYHTE there, just knowing what Bess was thinking. Once the lockdown is placed, then you would assume that there would be somebody flanking, right, to try and destroy it, and she just eliminates everybody in her way. And BIGG, I think they do deserve this 11-11 score. In RQ, they have been struggling with trying to get those clean site entries. They would usually fall, at least 2 members would fall when they try and enter the site, which leaves them a bit injured for the post plant.
No, a little bit injured as well, but look at how they're just pinching down this site. Yumi throwing her body in, she's able to get one and then gets traded by Crescents. Everyone's swarming down onto the lone Crescents now, but Yamori fights back as well. Does not expect Capricious from B main though. And this is how RQ finds that numbers advantage. The drone trying to get a tag onto her. We're gonna use the paranoia from Marsh just to buy a little bit more space, but at the same time, a bit of a peek coming out from Alaka or Napsky. Both of them now just trying to hold the site now. 2 angles being watched out by stairs, turned around at the wrong time, and Napsky is the only one left. Tries to tuck herself neatly underneath lane so that she doesn't get spotted, but Marsh could pop out any second. does manage to find her as she swings upwards, but Oreophilia outside of stairs at the same time. This is going to be Big Scythe reaching match point first. And an RRQ Kaguya that doesn't have that much money for the next round.
Match point.
Yeah, I think this story is going to be about the hare and the tortoise, right? Even if RRQ has raced their way in during the first half, claiming a 93, it's still about the journey. And Big Scythe, they've been slow and steady and very smart about their retakes during the defense. They leave RRQ always injured and bruised, even damaged when they plant down the spike. So they were already roughed up. So when Big Scythe would retake, it's gonna be easy kills for them. Also the utilities that they use, Marsh just, you know, holding that site as an omen anchor. That's very it's very different with how Big Scythe really plays.
I'll find you.
You said it, Donut. Slow and steady wins the race, and that's something that RRQ Kaguya will try to adopt this time around. Even with Big Scythe setups, holding the sides and going in for retakes.
Face your fear!
You're gonna be able to do it this time. Still, the ultimates get sent out from Natsuki, clears out the site, and Big Scythe are very clearly just trying to play it post-plant, play it with the retakes given their ultimates. You're gonna be suppressed by Alaka though. It's just going to happen only for a second. Hunter's Fury now, and Best tries to play around it, buying time, being that thorn in the side outside of Market. 45 HP, and she's gonna get taken out by Yamori. Alka holds the site as well, though, coming in from stairs. She's got the Guardian, Ayumi outside of Market, sees them, goes in for the spray, gets traded. Capricious trying to play back and forth, dances in and out, and she's still very much alive. Nevsky holding the stairs, goes for a sidestep, the Spectre, it lands, and Marsh has to back up, trying to pick her teammate up as well. Paranoia, and tries to push forward now. Her teammate completely gone. Natsuki just swinging out at the right time. So much chaos, but bringing it to order. We go into overtime.
That was their goal, to play for overtime. They didn't want to give Big Scythe that win, because if, like, for example, right, if Big Scythe won that round, it would be another 11-13. And with their change-ups, with RRQ's adjustments, doesn't really give them that reward. So they played for that overtime, and now the sides have been switched yet again. And this is where the magic will happen, right? Who will make the adjustments first? Especially you have 2 rounds to win, 2 straight rounds to win. I feel like given this, I think it's going to be just a seesaw battle. Probably RRQ will win some of the defensive rounds. Big will win the offense. But it's up to them, really. And Bess here tries to play her own sly paranoia. Really
This information. Now RRQ should be able to receive them as they make their way in. Crescent's not able to make it out of that fragment. She's going to get blown up by Aluka. So much information now, and not a lot of players left alive for Big Scythe.
One enemy remaining.
Off to the other side, Ayumi scoped in, takes out one, and we're back to Oreophilia. 36 HP. She gets pop flashed. She has the spike and could rotate, but it's gonna be really difficult, Donut. She's still trying to spray and trying to find a pick. 50 seconds, so I mean, really, you have a lot of options, but you're gonna have to watch your back as well, because anyone from RQ Kaguya could have pushed up mid. And look at Alka as well, making use of hell, jump peeking. She's managed to spot her out safely, so the rest of the team will stay put. Oreophilia's running out of time, and pretty soon she's gonna have to move forward. Holding the angles, 2 players watching her. That's going to be RRQ Kaguya picking the first round up in overtime.
Switching sides.
And RRQ, they did it so well. Even if Big Scythe during that push, right? They had all the emeralds covered. Trades after one enemy, but it all flowed like a waterfall for RRQ. When Capricious was there towards the site, and that final kill towards Oreophilia, they just don't want to let Oreophilia clutch it out. for sure. And the timeout for RRQ, this is probably where they should really come up with something different. Because they had those unconventional plays during the defense, but in attack, it seemed as if that they really were outsmarted by BIGG each and every round.
Yeah, a lot of those defensive setups, right? Whenever RQ Kagura tries to make their way in, they always get banged up and they're unable to hold some of these post-plant positions, especially up by the B site. You would love to see a Yuumi holding outside of market, the off angle. You would have Capricious holding it by logs, turning the whole thing into a crossfire. And at that point, it would have been really tough for BIGG. That's something that they did in that final round that pushed us to overtime. Can they do it again, though? That's the question. And given how the spike is positioned, I don't think that that's what they want to do. I feel like they're going to try to play around with this and actually bring the spike over to A. Playing so far back, Donut, and they're just kind of holding those positions. Look at this. Napsky actually stepped into that 0 point just to give a bit of perhaps false information.
Bring them down.
Yeah, probably, because they've been winning and losing with those rush B plays towards this site, right? And SCYHTE is going to be ready for it. That's why she has her turret faced up there, hidden and tucked away, so that she will peek out.
Where are you?
In the moment that the turret actually hits that shot. But they are slowing down. I think you're right, Quack. They are creeping their way back to A, but Yomori is going to be a huge threat to this for sure.
That's the one factor. If they can take her out, then maybe the site is slightly more doable, slightly more pliable. So Dark Cover discourages her away. A bit of noise from the other side, but oh gosh, look at this. Yomori just peeks out of the Dark Cover at the right time. Back to an even footing. It's gonna be BIGG on the retake now. Yuumi set herself up underneath of Heaven. Bit of a pop flash and she peeks out. But flash coming in from Crescents again. Well, could have been a teammate. Doesn't really work out for the time being, but at least this is a bit of information. Alka tries to work herself around this, but gets fully blinded. Yuumi turns around, takes away Crescent's abilities. And now that's going to be the final player jumping out from Heaven. Yuumi popping the blades, puts one to her chest. And the RRQ knocks BIGG out of the tournament 14-12, Donut. It took overtime for us to get to this point.
Yeah, we believed in BIGG actually claiming that win again, because they've done it before, they can do it again. And that journey from a 9-3 down to getting the lead to 12-11, and then eventually just losing the overtime, probably because RRQ had the a good blueprint with how they would attack, and then just countered everything that BIGG had laid out there in A. I love the combinations of that utility, the paranoia, ensuring that everybody else was blind, there was a stun, and if I were the defender of that A site, that would be so hard to counter.
It was really difficult. Almost winnable with Yomori and all her efforts, but at last, you know, at the end of it, RQ Kagura were just a little bit better at adapting. So you know what? Our panelists will break down how exactly they adapted to all of that. So we'll toss it back to Mika and Daks. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, casters. And you know what? I thought we were gonna have history repeat itself here. I saw that scoreline dangerously coming close to that 13-11 that happened with them last time at the Swiss stages. And I was like, oh no, are we going to a map 3 over here? Oh no, as a talent, by the way, going into a map 3 over here. But oh my gosh, this BIGG managed to make actually that comeback. I believed in that in onset.
It's a heartbreaker there for BIGG. Yet again, we go into an overtime situation that may make possible a deep run from a 9-3 scoreline to making it the match point first. And then in overtime, that's where they fall on apart. But what a run from BIGG. What an effort. It is great to see them here in our open number 2. Their first eliminated 23 takedowns also for Yomori. But RRQ, Mika, on that second half and into overtime, it took guts, it took hero plays from players like Ayumi just to win out those final few rounds.
Oh yeah, it was definitely a treat. I mean, there were so many close calls, right? And you had so many, as you mentioned, like all of those hero plays that came out. I do have to point out Crescence was just so effective on the KO. I would say that, like, you know, she probably had like the most impact on the team, especially when shutting down RRQ Kaguya. I remember that there was that one play wherein, you know, using the turret as bait over on B side and just waiting for the perfect moment to pop that flash, and it just like it was just plays like that that just you know, really gave Big Side so much momentum into the second half, right? But RRQ, you can just tell how momentum reliant they are, and they just needed a reset. They just needed to be able to say, okay, let's go back to 0. Let's act like we're back at 0. It was that overtime. And you just saw it, how the players just basically were able to mentally reset.
And the defense really is where RRQ just looks so much comfy in. But of course, MVP, the one who ended it for RRQ's favor, Ayumi, of course, from the first half, the operator, absolutely stellar. In the second half, trying to find those openings, but really coming alive in overtime, coming alive in that last round. And RRQ honestly needed a hero there to drag them over the finish line, Mika, and Ayumi did deliver.
Yeah, we and I didn't even see RQs, you know, like for example, their form yesterday on the double duelist. I feel like they didn't even need to bring that out here on a big size. Perhaps they were taking that, you know, that kind of strategy, giving a little bit of a break. Perhaps we'll see it later on in the lower bracket, but I would say like Ayumi as, you know, as that hard duelist role was definitely a treat here. And the showdown against Yamori actually as well. I do think that like on the side of Big Side, Yamori, you could kind of feel that like maybe like the entry on the duelist like was just like not as deep, I would say, as like maybe Ayumi would. But I just have to applaud really like Big Side. They gave a fantastic fight to RRQ Kaguya here. And I think that like, you know, definitely they'll be one of the names that we'll remember going into Open 3. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to them though right now here on Open 2. I don't think that this was a bad performance at all because I mean, this is RRQ Kaguya that we're talking about right here, Daks.
Yeah, it's a powerhouse over there. And Big Side, they were exceptional, especially during that defense. Just getting the right calls in the right times and getting past whatever utility RRQ would throw at them. But we have our bracket here, Mika. And in the upper bracket, Team SMG versus Full Send Sapphire. Truly the matchup that was promised. And of course, since RRQ won, they're going to be facing off against GE tomorrow. And while we're waiting for further results from the substream, Orangutan is there as well. So I'm looking forward to honestly that upper bracket matchup. How about you though?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be an explosive one for sure. And I feel like here you know, on the lower bracket, RRQ, they do continue their journey. They will be up against Global Esports Phoenix up next, so it's gonna be a real test once again for Global Esports Phoenix as they meet RRQ, because you know, as you mentioned, like we saw them earlier, they still do need a lot of time to get things together, but time is running out for them, especially if they're going up against RRQ, determined to make it out of the lower bracket. Upper bracket match though, Team SMG, what could they possibly bring out this time?
I don't know. With fall, we've used all the agents already, basically, in terms of the roles. Maybe some of the others that weren't picked during their first 4 maps. But speaking of Global Esports versus RRQ, I think GE is going to be using this tape wisely. And notice where RRQ is struggling to actually finish off the executes to when RRQ has those lull moments that someone needs to bail them out, and RRQ has that in spades. They have incredible players individually right now. You have Ayumi, you have Aloka, but you've seen time and time again that they can just pick up those kills. But then for Global Esports, plans are really what is set, and if they can anti-strat RRQ, maybe we'll get a bigger matchup from them tomorrow.
It's going to be really, really exciting indeed. So I hope you guys tune in for that. Thank you very much for tuning in. This has been Mikafabs and Daks, and we will see you guys tomorrow. And before we wrap up, I just want to say, check up on your friends, check up on your loved ones, and show them a little love today. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Remaining.
You copy.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player. One enemy remaining. Thirsty. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Downward.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I suggest you move.
One enemy remaining. Left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Speak faster.
Ground.
One enemy.
Enemy.
One enemy remaining. Strike down B. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Standing. One enemy remaining. Standing.
Let's get the money. Get the